Hello, and welcome to week 6, that is data. And see, I've not even started it. So I'm probably going to start it and we'll see what is there for us. So let's start the diagnostic. Yeah, let's begin now. To get started, hit the 1 up top. So this was, I guess, intro. Now let's hit 1. All right, so what is the problem? Your task, assessment or assignment. So write a console program which asks the user for their height in meters and print whether or not they are correct. They are the correct height to be a NASA astronaut. All right. So let's start by taking an input for a height. So we'll say GIGST, height is equals to int and input for, enter your height in meters. Sorry, like this. Enter your height in meter. This must be in bracket like this. So yeah, enter your height in meters. And then we have to take this and make it go through some conditionals and check whether or not they are correct height to be an NASA astronaut. And if their height is greater than, all right, so let's make some operations on this. So if height is greater than 1.6, this is what it says. And height is, less than 1.9 meters, we print something like correct height to be an astronaut. So correct height to be an astronaut. I think there's no spelling mistakes. So if height is in between these two, all right. If the height is, all right. So now instead of creating if, we have to create elif. So elif height is what? Height is less than or equal to. So less than equal to what? Less than equal to 1.6 meters. We have to print what? Below minimum astronaut height. Below minimum astronaut height. If their height is greater than or equal to 1.9 meter point. All right. Elif height is if greater than or equal to 1.9 meters. We just have to say something like print above maximum astronaut height. Nice. And here are few examples. So if it is greater than or equal to 1.9, we say this. If it is, 1.6, we say something like that. What else can it be? If it is less than or equal to 1.6, we say this, all right. I should have used else statement, but we cannot be any sure. So let's write else as something error. There's no logic. So if we sometime, I don't know what, in which way we can hit this, but if we do, it should say something like this. All right. I think I should have said on line 8 in self that else do this. But since it says, do this, then I'm going to use this logic. Doesn't matter. Now here are the few examples. The user input is in bold and italicized for clarity. So if we run it, and if we run enter your height in meters and there was no bracket, enter your height. All right. H in small. There is no bracket for in meters. Okay. And then if we say 1.75 and press enter. Oh, it should not be int, it should be float. Sorry, my bad. So now it will run. Yep. Height is 1.75 meters. Press enter. So it says correct height to be an astronaut. Nice. If we say something like 2 or 2.0, it again says above maximum astronaut height. We run it again, something like 1.6. It says below minimum astronaut height. So it's going as expected. Nicely. Now it says you may assume that user enters a valid input, a non-negative. All right. So each time the program is run, the user is asked for their height only once. And aside, if you are not the right height to be an astronaut, that is fine. Space is dangerous anyway. All right. All right. So since there is no other logic, we will just use else over here, and this would work just fine. All right. I will try to run it again. 1.75, correct. 2.0, correct. 1.6, again correct. 1.0, again correct. So yeah, I guess it's done. All right. Shall we go to the 2? Now this assignment, we have to print out each number 1 to 100 and whether that number is even or odd. 100 is specified using constant max number. Here is what the output looks like when max number is 100. All right, so 1 is odd, 2 is even, 3 is odd, 4 is even, 5 is odd, and so on. This is what we have to do. All right. So we can run while max number is, no, we can run for I in range of max number, max number. We can check for I. So if I is percentage, that means remainder divided by 2 is equals to 0, which means remainder is 0. It means it should be even. So we'll print whatever the I is. So let's use F for formatting and let's use whatever the I is. And let's say is odd, sorry, is even, isn't it? And we'll use else odd, isn't it? Let's try running it. 99 is odd. Okay. So we should start from 1, not 0. So the range should start from 1 to max number plus 1 so that it reaches 100. Now we try to run it. So 100 is even, 98 is even, 99 is odd, and we're getting it all the way. Nice. So 1 is odd, and yeah. So I think this is correct. Here's what output looks like when max number is 100. Yep. This is exactly what my output also looks like. So shall we move to question 3? All right. So now we are getting tested for Karel. Now we have to do something. Write a program that has Karel draw 4 small waves like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 small waves. Each wave is a triangle made up of 3 beepers. There is a gap between each wave. Gap is 1 corner, isn't it? Gap between each wave. And this is the state of Karel's world when Karel starts. So yeah, Karel starts like this. And now instead of just moving, which it does, we want to create, let's write, create one wave, which is nothing but a triangle. So to do that, let's put beeper first of all. By imagining that we are at the place where the wave should start from. So put beeper there, first of all. Then just move along. Then probably turn left and move. Put beeper. So it'll probably create, the wave. Now let's come back. Reset. Now to reset, we have to turn around. And then we probably have to move. And then turn what? Turn left, I guess. Let's see what it does. Now turnaround is not defined, so let's define turnaround. Turnaround is nothing but turn left 2 times. Let's say turn left. That's it. Let's try running it. Okay. So it forgot to put beeper. So it put a beeper, we move. We put a beeper. We turn left, we move, we put a beeper. Now this will work. And we create a triangle. So let's go and keep this as a function that says create a wave. All right. So this just creates a wave. And we are imagining like to create a wave, we have enough space. Like we are not going to start creating a wave at the end. If we are doing that, we should not. Probably not. Create a wave. Right. So we should do this while front is clear. We should create a wave first of all. And then since it's facing east, we should move. And we should again create a wave. We should again move. And we should keep on doing it till front is clear. Oh, damn. It should move and move. So move 2 times. So let me just stop. Yeah, so we should not start creating wave over here. Otherwise it will probably run out of waves. 1 wave. This is the second wave. This is the third wave. And this is the 4th wave. I think we are done. All right. So instead of just saying move and move, we should say safe move. All right. Safe move and safe move. Let's define safe move as if front is clear, then only you can move. So now nothing should crash and everything should work. What is it? Oh, we cannot use this dash. Okay. So let's use underscore and underscore. How about this? Let's keep it fast. Yeah, so it did, and it did not create any problem, so we are good. So I think we are done, and this was 3. So we should move to up 4. All right. So now this is an assignment where we have to enter a sequence of non-decreasing numbers. So -1, 0, 1, 3.12, 99. Thanks for playing. The sequence length is 6. I don't know what it is, but we are definitely taking an input, and that input is of type float. So let's write a type float and take an input. What this input should be is like enter num. This is like the input. And if we say num is equals to this, it is good. Now what? Let's read. It says a simple way to achieve great things in life is to make small forward progress every day. Non-decreasing progress is one of the principles behind the modern AI. Now write a program that asks the user to enter a non-decreasing number one at a time. Numbers are non-decreasing if each number is greater than or equal to the last. Okay. So if we have to, somehow save the previous number and see whether it is greater than or equal to the last one, then only we consider it as non-decreasing numbers. So we take a number, all right? And we create a variable called previous number, which is 0 first of all, but it initializes at num. So we run it for while previous number is, let's say, number is greater than equal to the previous one. The previous number should be smaller than or equal to the number. Then it is considered, it is considered this thing called non-decreasing. So when the user inputs a number which is smaller than their previous entered value, the program is over. Okay, so when the program is over, which means this condition would work and this loop will end at that time. So when this program is over, how long their sequence was. Like this is a number and there are 6 numbers that were valid. The 7th was invalid. All right. So we also have a variable called sequence, and it initializes at 0. And we create sequence plus equals 1 each time. And then we have to print something like thanks for playing, exclamation mark, and something like print sequence length is whatever the sequence length is, which is the variable sequence. I hope this works. And let's see. Is it good? No, it is not. We have to do many things again. Let's copy this. Let's paste it over here. Number. Then we are updating the previous number with the number itself. There's something wrong with this. I can't just put my finger on that, but there's something wrong with it. So first of all, let's give it a try. So enter a number. Let's enter -1. Now 0. Now 1, 2. Let's enter 0. and it doesn't stop. All right. So this is not working. A simple way to achieve great things in life is to make small progress forwards every day. Non-decreasing progress, one of the principle behind modern AI. Write a program that asks user to enter sequence of non-decreasing number one at a time. Numbers are non-decreasing if number is greater than or equal to the last. Whatever the previous number was, we should keep it as previous. And then we should provide the num with the newest number. And it should go and see whether this works. 5, 6, center 4. Yep, it works now. So thanks for playing. Sequence length. Oh, I forgot about F. Yep, now it should work properly. So let's do this. Let's enter first of all -1. -1, nice. Let's enter 0, nice. Let's enter 1. Let's enter 3.12. Let's enter 99. Let's enter 99 again. Now enter 42. Now they should stop. Yep. So thanks for playing. And sequence length is 6. All right. So this actually worked. I am quite surprised myself. So it's like we are taking the number, then we are storing that in a previous variable, and then we are just comparing, because this is the first time we are taking the input. All right. And this is where we initialize our previous as well. Now, after it compares, obviously previous is equals to number, so it will keep on going. Now we keep the previous number as the previous number. So what was the number earlier? We take it and we change the variable or reassign the number with a newer input we get from the user. And then we compare the previous number that was stored over here to the latest number we took as an input later. So this happened later, therefore the previous was not reassigned with the latest number. So therefore we can consider it was the previous number, isn't it? So it works. Now a few notes is include intro message, like enter a sequence of non-decreasing numbers. Okay, we will do that. So this message, it says, so we have entered the intro sequence as well. Let's stop it, isn't it? And then at the exit message, we are saying thanks for playing and an exclamation mark. Include the exit message as sequence length and followed by the length of the sequence that is there. The length of the sequence does not include the very last number entered, as it is decreasing. Yeah, it does not. Your program should accept floating point numbers. It is. Now the sequence only ends when one number is strictly less than the last one. Yep, it does. You do not have to handle the case where the user says value which is not number like ABC. We do not have to handle that. Now the user can start with any number, positive or negative. Note that the shortest possible sequence is 1. A sequence with a single number can't be decreasing. A sequence with 2 numbers can't be decreasing. All right, so note that the shortest possible sequence is 1. Okay, a sequence with single number can't be decreasing. A sequence with 2 numbers can't be decreasing. Okay, I think it's done. More examples. So let's try running more examples. Let's enter the number 5 and 4. Okay, so sequence length is 1. Nice. Again, let's enter 1, 2.7. All right, 3, 4, and 2. It ends, and we get the same thing. For the last one, we are entering -5, -5, -5. It's 5, -5, -5, and now we are entering -6, which is less. So it says thanks for playing, and we get a 3. Nice. So I guess this fourth one is also done. We can move on to the fifth one. Okay, so fifth one is a graphics. All right, let's see what it does. What is it? Name error, canvas is not defined. Why is it? Oh, it's a diagnostic. So canvas not defined. Let us see why it is not defined. Draw car, and we should pass canvas right over here. Canvas, and over here in draw car as canvas. All right, over here as well, canvas. I should run. What is it now? Create rectangle with x and y are not defined. So bad. I like this format, which is good for me, I would say. So we have to pass x and y that is given there in main. We are not passing that as well. So let's do that and come back to see what's happening. All right, so x and y. Now to draw canvas, we should actually pass x and y as well. So first we'll pass x as x and y as y. That's it. I think now we should pass x and y directly. And they should actually do something. I've not still read the instructions, but I see some issues and I solved it. Now let's see the instructions. So it says, consider the following buggy code. Here it is. Now the programmer wants to draw two cars at each location 10 by 10. This is over here. And another location 100 by 100. Okay. And when they run their program, they get a name error. IDE complains that inside draw car, it doesn't know what the canvas is, X or Y means. Now we have fixed that. So fix this program so that location information is correctly given through the draw car, and you can make changes to draw car and main. Write comments for each line you changed. Oh. So I just passed. Okay, so let's pass x canvas x and y as an arguments. Take the same comment. Oh no. Take the same comment, copy it, and over here as well, paste it. Over here, let's pass x, y as an parameter, I guess. Or is it vice versa? I don't know. I might be confused about parameters or arguments. Like somewhere it is called parameter, somewhere it is called argument. I think where we are calling it, we are saying like arguments, we are passing arguments to it. When we are creating it, we are saying these are the parameters that we are working on. All right. So is this it? Is this it? Like, is it done? Are we done? Fix this problem so that your location information is correctly given. You can make changes to both draw cars and main, and write comments for each line you changed. I did write comments, and now it works. Note that you should assume that the offset in the draw car are correct. So these offsets are correct. That's what I'm assuming. You're not meant to worry about, canvas coordinates rather than control flow of the program. And we did it. So I think this is done.
Fourth one is done as well. Isn't it? And the third one is done as well. Yeah, this. Yeah, it is done as well. Alright. The second one, let's stop. Yeah. And the second one is done as well. That is done. The first one is done as well. And we're done, I guess.
So let's just submit it. And we still have 2 hours and 29 minutes left. Submit all questions. SUB. Submit all questions. Nice. Now the diagnostic is complete, so back to the course. Okay, so this was actually quite interesting, I would say. So lesson now list. So by the end of this lesson, you will be able to create new lists of values, add values to a list, retrieve values from a list. So I'll be watching those videos, but I'll pause it for you so that you can follow along in your self-paced course, or if you're enrolled, well, yeah, you can watch videos easily. So I'll probably pause the recording where the video is. Now let's continue. So this is the video. Let's wait. All right, so these lessons were quite descriptive and well, learned a lot. Let's continue again. So there's a reading for list. As for these optional examples, I'll do them as well. Mark this lesson as complete for now. All right, now let's try to compute average, isn't it? Let's do that. Okay, so what we are actually doing. So for example, if number.txt contains these four numbers, 1, 5, 7, 9, running the program would produce average, which is nothing but sum of all the elements, sum of all the elements present divided by number of elements present. Right, so I think it's good enough. We can do it. So let's see. We have main function where we have a number list that says load number from file number.txt. Let's see if there is number.txt. In files, yeah, we have number.txt and there are a lot of numbers. Nice. So it loads the number and it returns the number list. So if we try to print the number list, it should probably print a list for us. Yeah, it does. Now, we have a function that is called sum. Is it a method or a function? I don't know, but we can just pass the whole list to it and it gives us the sum, and it doesn't print it, so we need to print it as well. So let's see. So the sum, let's write something like sum is equals to comma. Let's see. Yeah, so sum is 1695. Now there's another thing that we have for a list, that is length. That is also a method or a function. I am not sure. It looks like a function to me. Can be a method for class list if list is a class. All right, so length. And now if we pass a list to it, we directly get a length out of it. So if we say length is 50 and the sum is 1965, so the average becomes, if I can directly write the average, that will become something like sum of whatever the number list is divided by length of whatever the list is, that is number list. Let's remove all these things. Now, I guess I've created the average. Do I want to print the average? Do I want to return it? Let's see. Let's print it for now. All right, and if I try to do this, and if my math is correct, it should be exactly this. Let's verify it. Python. And if I run 1695 divided by 50, as there are 50 elements, it is exactly the same. All right. Quit. I don't know. Yeah, quit. So since we did what we were asked to do, I guess. Oh, there's a bit of formatting left. Let's do that as well. Average, average, and this is a variable, and this is it. So since we did what we were asked to do in just 2 lines, I would say, let's see what this function does. So it is like we are loading numbers from a file and we are passing just the file path, right? So it's number.txt over here. Now it loads the number from the file into a list and returns what? Returns it. Now we assume the file to have one number per line and returns a list of numbers. You should not modify this function. Well, we did not. So first of all, we initialize the list by saying numbers is equals to the list. All right. So this is how we initialize the list before, just typing out any numbers inside it. Now, then this is how we open up a file. So whatever the file name is, that is inside the file path has an argument that is number.txt. So it says with open, it safely opens the file. So it will open the number.txt in a read mode, not a write mode. This R is for read, W is for write, A is for append, RW, A, RA, and all those things. You would use it, but probably use R just if you want to read only. So this is like open up this file as a read only file, and we give it a name that is file reader. Now we can operate on file reader as we have opened up the whole file, I would say. Now, since we have opened up the file as file reader, so we can, regard it as file reader and probably use it. So we are using it in the loop. We are saying for line in file readers. So for file reader, it is just file path as file reader. And we are saying read each line. So line by line, read each line and take the line that is just a variable and strip every space, like extra space. If there are any extra space, just strip those. And these are, I guess, methods that we can use for line, isn't it? And then append that to a clean variable that is called cleaned line. Now we see if cleaned line is not equals to something like empty, then we say numbers append and whatever the float clean line is. And then we return the number that is a type of list. Now, if you try to run this step by step and probably see the replay mode, let's see what happens. First of all, we load a file. That is, first of all, we skim through a code. Yeah. And now we go to the main. We see we have to load number.txt. So file path is nothing but number.txt that is passed over here. Now we are initializing number as a list. So let's see. Yeah, so number as a list, and it opens up the whole list as file reader, as we can see over here. Now for line in file readers.read line, so it tries to read line now. So it reads the first thing, that is 10. So it reads the line. It strips whatever the space the 10 has. It has a space a little bit over here. So it stripped that space. All right. And it says if cleaned. So this is now cleaned, isn't it? So this was the line and this is the clean line. Now, if clean line is not empty, then probably append the clean line to the numbers. If it is empty, then it probably, there is no number to append. So we are not appending at all. All right. So it is trying to keep us safe. So we'll append 10 now in this case, and we'll do this for 2, for 90 and all the elements that are there. Nice. I enjoy it. I enjoy doing this. 50 elements are there. So we need to do 50 clicks or 50 times 2, like 100 clicks. All right. I'll do it. Where are we? The last element is 41. Let's hope for the last element, that is 41. I think we are very near. Yep, we were very near, and now it has closed the file, isn't it? This was the last element, that is 41, and it appended it to the list. And now loop ends because there's no line, and the file that we have opened up also ends, and we return the number as the final thing for this function, and we go to the average. Now in average, we have sum of numbers list and whatever the length of number list. And we are taking the average as 33.9. That is the answer. And we are printing it. Nicely done, I would say. So check for correctness. And it is correct. So we can move onwards. Now there's a lesson dictionaries. All right. So our next lesson is dictionaries. So let's start. So well, by the end of this lesson, you will be able to understand the ideas of a dictionary, key and values. You can create a dictionary, add key or value pairs to the dictionary, and get the value associated with a key. So let's continue. I watch the videos. I'll pause it for you. All right. So there were so many video lectures in this lesson. So let's just continue. Mark lesson completed. Now, Quizlet. All right, so we have an assignment that is Quizlet. We have a dictionary. So this is how we write a dictionary. A variable name where we'll store the dictionary, and these curly braces or curly brackets where we store the dictionary, and the dictionary stores key value pair. So this is a key, which is unique identifier. Just like list has indexes. Similarly, dictionaries has all these keys, and key also has a value. So they both are called key value pairs. They both are called key value pairs together. And the key value pairs are separated by commas. So they are comma separated values in dictionary. All right. So this is one key value pair. This is another key value pair. This is another key value pair, and so on. And you might notice that at the end, there is no comma, as there is no other key value pair after that. As for the rest of them, they all have comma. All right. So we have defined a translation. All right. And now we have to write. Now we have to write code. All right. So we should start writing the assignment. What is it? So it's like, what is the Spanish translation of hello? And then we see that it's hola, and that is correct. Now there's another question like, what is the Spanish translation for dog? It's goto or gato. Oh. And gato is a translation for cat. So this might be wrong. So we'll say this is incorrect. The Spanish translation for dog is perro. All right. And then what is it? The quizzes user on the rest of the words, and then that is correct. So you got 6 out of 8 words correct. Study again soon. All right. So all of this is what we have to print somehow. So this is quite a great app, I would say. Let's paste all these instructions. So let's just copy everything and try pasting the instructions. And let's keep them in comment so that we can refer to them as many times as we want. All right. Also, let's read the instructions because this looks quite complex, I would say. So code in place is not only massive, but also super diverse. And we serve a lot of students worldwide who speak many different languages. Now, to practice our language skills, we want to make a helpful tool to help us study Spanish. So this is a tool that only takes input, that is a Spanish input. All right. Now write a program that loops over a dictionary of words and quizzes the user for their corresponding Spanish translation, keeping count of how many user gets correct. Now separate each questions and answers with a blank line to help with visual clarity. Okay. So what I am getting an idea is that we have to quiz them for all these, key value pairs that is there. All right. So let's, perform certain operations on this dictionary that is translation first of all, just to get an idea around what this is doing. So let's try printing the length of translations, isn't it? Let's try running it. And there's an error. That is translations. There shouldn't be any error. Or is there any length? Let me see. It says there's an indentation error. I'm not sure. Let's copy and paste it over here. And indent it properly. All right, now what? Let's try running it. So yeah, it's a 8. So length of translation is 8. So we should, ask questions for all these, translations or the words that are given in the keys. So we can say something like for I in range of what? Length of translation. We can try, let's print key value pairs first of all. So to get key values pair, what can we do? So there are many ways we can get key value pairs. First is, key, we can get, let's write it English key. We can get it by saying, whatever the translations dictionary is. Can we go to their position using index? Let me see that. And if we can, then it will probably help. English key. Let's try running it. Okay, so there's an indentation error. I don't think there is. Okay, so it says you cannot access it using I. You need to use keys. Okay. So to iterate over, dictionaries, we do not have to utilize it like this. That is, list, because we can iterate over list through their indexes. But in dictionaries, we need the unique identifier, and that is key. So we need key, and we can get that in saying, translations, translation.keys. And we'll probably get the key. And since we are getting the key, we'll say key is the English key, and let's print it. Now what is the error? Okay, so it says spelling mistake. It's not key, it's keys. So S. Let's run it now. Yeah, so we got all the key. Now we also need value so that we can compare against the Spanish. English is the key. We'll write Spanish properly is the value. Now to iterate through, value, we can either say something like translations and key. This should work. What is it? So it says name error because okay, English key is not defined. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Let's run it again. And we are printing, English, but if we use formatting to print variables called English as well as the Spanish, this should probably work. Yeah, so hello is Ola, and dog is Perro, cat is Gato, well is Ben, and all those things. All right. So since we can access the English and Spanish words, we can probably create questions like, what is the question? So what is the Spanish translation for? whatever the word is. All right, so we can take that. Where is it? Let's copy this statement over here. Let's try printing it properly using a F statement. Now, why did I use F statement? Because instead of just saying hello, we should use all the English words that we can access, that is in keys, like ing, isn't it? So it'll probably ask questions regarding that. And it is not taking input for now because we are not taking input right now. So let's run it. And we should see what is the Spanish translation for hello and dog, cat, well, us, and nothing, and house and time. All right, so it runs. Now we can take the input and probably compare that input against the Spanish. So something like answer. And we can compare against answer. That is, if, answer is equals to the Spanish, we should say something like print, and that is correct, isn't it? And this should work. As for the else, we will write the same thing, but instead of correct, it should become incorrect. And then we should say what the Spanish version is. So let's copy it from here. So that is incorrect. The Spanish translation for dog is perro. This whole thing over here. Where are we? Yeah, over here. And we should probably use F because we are going to use variables inside this statement. So incorrect. The Spanish translation for the English word is perro. Well, no, it should be Spanish. All right, so I hope this works. Now quizzes the user for rest of the word. It does, and that is correct. And after every question, it should probably leave a blank print statement, isn't it? And it should also keep scores, but let's not keep scores for now. Let's just see. So yeah, we are getting asked what is the translation for hello. It's hola. Let's write hola, and that is correct. Dog, let's write gato. Now this is incorrect. The Spanish translation for dog is perro. All right. What is for cats? Let's write gato now, and that is correct as well. For well, let's write bien. Incorrect, because we made a spelling mistake. All right. If I write nos like this, it is incorrect, isn't it? But I actually spelled, I just wrote it in capital letters. Otherwise, it's correct. So we can probably do something about it. Let me see what we can do. So just write random stuff over here. And it ended. We'll probably write the scoring as well, but we should make it more robust. That is, it should be also able to check even if we are entering something like capital letters or something like mixed, that is uppercase and then following lower cases. So we should probably convert our answers to lower. So let's print our whatever the answer is just to get an idea around what we are doing. So let's print the answer. So if I write capital AAA, we are getting capital AAA and we cannot match it against small AAA. So what we should do is convert this capital AAA to small. So I don't know, but I'm not sure, but there exists a function or a method that is lower, like uppercase, lowercase, it exists. So let's check whether it works or not. AAA, well, that is small. Let's write AAA, capital, and it is also converted into small. And our key value pairs are in small. And after we, just change answer to a lower, that is, small case, we can probably compare against anything and it is probably more robust. So let's do that first of all. How about we assign answer as equals to this value, isn't it? Or this is like one way to write it, or we could just go and say it right over here at the end. This would also work, but now this becomes incomprehensible a little bit because nobody is going to look at the end most probably. So this looks nice. So now if I run it and the answer is Ola, but if I write it like this, it will take it as correct, isn't it? Earlier it wouldn't have taken it as correct. So let's stop it and let's comment this line. Where is it? Yeah, let's comment this line and let's see. If we write Ola again, it will take it as wrong, even if it's correct. It's just H has been capitalized, so it takes as wrong. So that's why I was making it more robust. So I think this is much more robust than before, so that we are only checking for the translation, not for the spellings, like not for the uppercase or lowercase. Now we need to mark them like scores and all. So let's initialize a variable called scores before the loop. All right, and remove this print statement because we don't want to print anything right now. And remove this print statement as well. Now score, we have a score variable, and for each iteration that is correct, we will increase the score. So the score gets plus equals 1. That means score is getting appended by 1. And at the end of this loop, when the game ends, we want to print the score. So let's print where's the score? Oh, I didn't got this. Let's copy this because spelling mistakes can cost us. Let's use F and paste it. So you got 6 out of 8. It's not 6, it's scores. Okay, not scores, but score out of, not 8, because total number of questions will be whatever the length of translations is. So let's write length of translations. And probably this should work. So you got this many scores, words, correct, and come study again soon. All right, now this should work. Let's see. Let's write Ola, 1 correct, and rest of them I'm going to write something random, so to make errors. And yeah, it's like I got 1 out of 8 words correct. Come study again soon. So I think I've completed this assignment. So let's check for correctness. Let's remove this as well. And yeah, we did it. So it was correct. Is there anything else I should change about this? One thing, as I've told you, we can, append this at the back of this input statement. But, why make it more confusing? Score is taken care of. We are printing it properly. It looks nice, I would say. All right, so let's move on. So now attend data section. So let's see what is there for us. So this is week 6. So over here. Now this is our section 6, list and dicts, that is dictionaries. So we have one problem. Seems we have 3 problems. Problem 1 is index game. And then we have a list practice game. And then we have heads up. All right, so let's try solving each of these. First, we'll start from index game, but let's read what the index game is. So as a warm up, read this code and play, the game a few times and use this mental model of this list. So we have a value, that is all the value in the list. Julie, Meron, Simba, Aisha, Karel. And we have indexes, we can refer to them. Like at 0th position, we have Julie. At 1 index, we have Meron. At 2nd index, we have Simba, and so on. So the goal is to get comfortable with how indices work, and I'm very comfortable with it. So that should be a piece of cake. How you should be playing with this game is as follows. So the code we provide generates an index for you. A student is selected or someone volunteers. The person predicts the name stored in the index and repeats steps 1, 2, 3 until people are comfortable. Okay, so this is a section game, so we are all there, so we'll probably discuss about it. But so I'll run it and you will have to guess, which index are we talking about and what should be its value. Or you can directly see from here if it is visible. It should be. Let's remove the test center. Run it. Okay, so this is our terminal. We can enlarge it as well. I hope everything is visible. Now it asks, who is in index 3? Can you tell me? All right, let's see. This is index 0. This is index 2. Sorry, my bad. This is index 0. This is 1. This is 2. And this is 3. So Aisha is at index 3. So let's write Aisha. And it says good job. Let's run it again. All right. Who is at index 2? Julie is at 1. Meron. Sorry, again, my bad. I'm just getting confused, to speak. Yeah, I'm also new to this. All right, so Julie has index 0, Meron has, again, index 1, Simba 2, Aisha 3, and it asks who is in index 2, that is Simba. Again, it says good job, but let's test, the robustness of this program. So it is asking who is at index 1, and we know it's Meron. But what if we write Meron with small m? Will it take it? So it is correct, but is it checking for the uppercase, lowercase? Is it case sensitive? It should not be, because it should be robust. But let's see. And it says correct answer was Mehran, which it was, but it is case sensitive. So this program is actually case sensitive. All right, I didn't expect that. But to make it case insensitive, what we can do instead is let's just go through this program. So it says define main, and then we have name. That is a list of these all names. And then we are appending another name, because we can append a value to this list, and append adds the value at the end of this list. So it gets appended over here. You see, after Aisha, there is a Karel at line 7. Now we are using a for loop, to iterate over the names in the list. So the value will be Julie first as an index, and then it will be Mehran, and then it will be Simba, and then it will be Aisha. So yeah, as soon as we get Julie, we are printing the Julie as a value. As soon as we get Mehran, we are printing the Mehran. As soon as we get Simba, we are printing it. Aisha, we are printing it. Karel, we are printing it. So that's what we are seeing over here, in terminal. This thing, all these names. So this line is responsible for that. All right. So this third one is doing what? So max index is whatever the length of names is -1. Why is that? So the length of names. So what is the length of name? Which means how many names are there? Just see how many names are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 names are there. But if you go to the index 5, which starts from 0, so let's try going to index 5. So this is 0, this is 1, Simba is 2, Aisha is 3, Karel is 4. Now there is no 5 index. So we cannot go to the index. So index is always less than the element that is there. So that's why we are saying max index is whatever the length of name is -1, because index starts from 0, whereas length starts from 1, isn't it? You cannot be 0 centimeters tall, or something like that. 0 centimeters tall is like nothing, isn't it? You should at least be 1 centimeter tall or something like that. Now index, all right. So what we are saying is random 0 to max. So we are using random index to ask questions. So we are getting random indexes from the range of index. It's like it is taking the maximum index it can as a maximum range, and the lowest index is always 0. So it is taking 0 to the maximum index, and it is generating a random number for that. So that is our index, so that we are asking random questions. Like we are not going in a sequence, like we are not asking for the Julie first, then Mehran, then Simba, then Aisha. We are just going randomly, isn't it? And now our correct answer is whatever the name that is a list, whatever the index is in that list. So that is our correct answer. Like names is the list of all these names. Index is what is the random index. Let's say 3. So it will go to the third index, that is Julie, Mehran, Simba, it's 2, and Aisha, it's 3, isn't it? So it will go to the Aisha, it will store that as a correct answer. So if we type out Aisha, it compares with the correct answer, and if it is correct, it says you are correct. If it is not, well, it does not. But note something. It is just taking the name as it is written. So it is written as Aisha with capital A. So the correct answer is Aisha with capital A, isn't it? We can make it robust by saying something like correct answer is, and we are appending the correct answer, but in a lowercase. All right. And then we take the input as well and convert it into lowercase. So yeah, we are taking input over here, and it is a very small input, so we can add lower over here as well to convert it into lowercase, and then we can compare against the answer and the correct answer, because both of these are in lowercase, so they are not like case sensitive. They are case insensitive now. What matters is the name should be correct. So prompt who is in index and whatever the index we are talking about, and question mark. This is exactly what we are getting asked. And then we are entering an input, and it is taking that input, and it checks with the if statement. That is, if it is correct, we see something like good job, and if it is incorrect, we see the correct answer was and the correct answer. Now what happens is it will give us correct answer like small m with Mehran, which should not be the case. We should be getting correct answer as it. So let's run it, and well, who is at index 1? It is Mehran. So if we write Mehran, we are getting good job. But if we enter something wrong where the else statement has to show us the correct answer, we'll see the correct answer is low or small case. So he's at index 1 again. It's, let's say, MH, whatever. So it says correct answer was Mehran. You see, it was Mehran like this, and now it is with small m. So instead of, just directly appending the whole, correct answer to the lowercase, what we should do instead is just use it for the comparison sake. We should not change the correct answer. It should remain as is. That will look better, I would say. Yeah. And now it will compare against the lower case of the correct answer with the lower case of the input. But the correct answer we will see, that is the variable, will be as, the Mehran is written right over here. So let's enter something wrong. And the name we are getting is exactly Simba. But it is still case insensitive. So if we say who is in index 1, and if we say Mehran like this, we are still getting good job. Nice. And we made certain changes. We also read through this code. So this is how I think we can learn from this code. It is just importing a random library, and that's it. The rest of these are just Python, normal Python. All right. So we should move to the next game, and that is list practice. So what is the list practice? Problem 2 is list practice. Now practice writing code with list. Implement functionality described in the comment below. So let's say there's a main, and we have to create a list called fruit list that contains the following fruit. We have to create a list that contains apple, banana, orange, grapes, and pineapple. Now print the length of the list. Just use the length and whatever the list name is. Add mango at the end of the list. So we can use list and the append and mango. All right. Print the updated list. So we can just say print and list. So let's go and practice a little bit. Say, so problem 2, list practice. And over here, let's create a list. So it has even given us what the list should be called so that we don't have to decide by our own, because I'm very bad at naming things. So let's write it fruit list as it suggests. Fruit list is nothing but something like this, and all these fruits. And what is the rule? It should be a string. Well, it should not be a string, but over here it's string, and then it should be separated by comma. Yeah, this is the rule. It is in square brackets. Notice that there is a value at indexes, and it is separated by commas. All right. So we have a fruit list. And it says print the length of the list. So to print the length of the list, we can write something like print. We can create a variable that is called length, and we can say length is and we are passing the fruit list to a function length, which gives us back the length, and we can print the variable. Oh, not this print. So what is happening is there is a length function that takes the list and returns a value of how many length there are, or what the length is, and we are storing that length in a variable called length, and we are printing that length. Let's run it, and we are seeing the length is 5 because there are how many fruits? 1, that is apple, 2 banana, 3 oranges, 4 grapes, and then 5 pineapples. Nothing else. All right. So we did it, and instead of doing something like this, we would have just, instead of assigning it a variable, we would have said something like this. directly. Something like length and passing the fruit list, and whatever it returns, just print it directly. No need to assign it to variable because we are not reusing it, isn't it? Variable is something when you try to reuse that variable again and again or something like that. We are not reusing that variable, so how does that matter? Now, this one says add mango at the end of the list. All right. So we now know that whatever the list name is, that is fruit list. And we have to use up. All right. So now we know, like we have to just say fruit list. That is our list name. And there's a method or a function. I'm very confused in between them. Like, yeah, it's a method, but it's written like a function. What is a method? Well, when you learn about classes in Python, you'll probably know about method, but it looks like a function to me. All right. So there is a function called append, which takes a value and appends that to a list. So we have to append mango, isn't it? And after updating the list, we should print the list again. So to print it, I think we just have to say print and the list name, that is fruit list. Let's run it. And yeah, we have appended the mango. Nice. Check for correctness. So it's functionality test and we passed. So let's move onwards. And now we are at the last problem, that is problem 3, heads up. So our next goal is to learn how to read data from files. Like loading data from a file can be useful for many final projects. Write a program that runs a console version of a phone game, heads up. So a robot who can't turn right, like Karel. All right. This is a meme. I don't know why she's laughing like that, but yeah, we are happy for you. How the game is played remotely. So when it's your turn, close your eyes and the world will be displayed in the heads up program. The rest of the section will try and describe it without saying the word. You have to guess the word as quickly as possible. So milestones. Read the provided function that loads all the words from the file csword.txt. We have, I guess, read a program like that. That was a function, I imagine. Yeah, that was a function. It was in, I forget the names. All right. So there is a cswords.txt into the list. Milestone 2 is show a randomly chosen word from the list. Third is repeat and wait for the user to hit enter, then show another word. All right. So let's go to the heads up. And yeah, this was a function we have seen. Get word from a file, and there's a different file now that has different sort of words. All right. So let's go through what this function is. First of all, that is our milestone 1. So we have a file name that is csword.txt and it is over here, right? Now we have a function that is called get words from file. So it gets words from a file and we have to use it somehow over here. So how do we get words from a file? This function has been implemented for you. It opens a file and stores all of the lines into a list of strings, and it returns a list of all lines in the file. So we have a line that we are just initializing a list that is called lines, and then we are using the with open, isn't it? And we are not specifying whether we are opening it as read, write, or something like that. Earlier we've seen something like this and R, isn't it? All right, but we can use it. So with open and then the file name that is stored over here, that is cswords.txt as f. So we can refer to this file as f now. So for lines in f, we were first of all stripping it. So we are doing it over here as well. We are saying line is whatever the line and strip all the spaces. So this is again a method that strips all the white spaces. So it is stripping the spaces and assigning it to the variable line that is there. And if line is empty, then probably don't append it to the list that we have, that is lines with a S, note that. Otherwise, lines, which is our list, and we are using append method, and we are giving it a line variable. That is the value that we should append to the lines. Now, finally, we are returning the lines, and that's it. So what is our task? So milestone 1, this is done. Free the provided function that loads all the words from the cswords.txt into a list. Shall we try to do this? Let's try to do this. Oh, I'm bad at words. Sorry, I meant to say I am bad at names. So let's not erase this. Let's erase this. Yep. Get words from file. Nice name. Now, how can we do that? So we have to first of all say with, and open is the syntax. And whatever the file name is, over here we have to use the variable file name. And we can open it as read or write, but we shall not do it right now. And we have to refer it somehow. We cannot just write the file name again and again. So we are using it as f or file, whatever we want. Now inside it, inside the file that is open now, we should run a loop that goes through all the lines. So line in, the f. And before that, let's also initialize a list. Should we name it list? No, it was named lines. So let's keep that lines. And this is our empty list. For line in f, what can we do? We first have to reassign the line as line and strip whatever the space it has, blank spaces. And it's a method which looks like a function. Here we are. Then we have a safety conditional that is checking whether line is empty or not. So we are equating whether line is empty or not. If line is empty, then we don't know what we can do. But if line is not empty, we know what we want to do. If line is not empty, just append the line to a list that is called lines. So whatever the lines or list name is, which is lines for now, you want to append whatever is stored in the variable called line, which is reading through the file, isn't it? So this should work. So if we say we have a variable that is file lines is equals to, and we are saying get words from file. So we'll get all the lines, this variable, or we will not get this. You know why? Let's try printing it. There's an error, a very small one, but still a significant error. So we try printing the file lines, which is a list. We should be able to print it, but we will not be able to print it. It says there's none. You know why? Because we have, created a list, but we have not returned this list back. So we have to return this list, which is called lines. And now, since it gets returns, it can be assigned to the variable that we are creating, that is file lines, and now we can access the list. Let's run it now. And voila, we got all our lines. Nice. So let's copy a program just to compare against this. Let's restart it. And let us see. So this was okay. If I can close this. So this was there, get words from file, lines, and this is our get words from files. And I have tried to remain consistent with it. So lines is the list, lines is the list for me as well. With open and file name as f, again similar. For line in f, same thing, and removes the white space character. See, they wrote better comments than me, and I wrote no comments at all, which is a bad habit of mine, but let's bear with it. And if line is not empty, then line gets appended. Let's erase my function. Let's keep theirs because it looks nice. They have comments as well. And main function is main function. We have to define it, so it doesn't matter. All right, but let's do something like as r. Does that change anything? Well, it was not as r, but it was like comma and r, which means read. Open it as read file, and it did. What if it said append? Will it also be able to read it? No, because append means you are writing something. W also means you are writing something. But you can open it as read and write, which is RW. Okay, so there are so many things that is going on. It says R plus. See, no, it is just R plus, nothing else. Okay, which means we can write as well. But all right, that's for another time. But we now know we need certain permissions to do some things. So we only have permissions to read to this file. And we are only reading, so there's no problem at all. Now in main code, milestone 1 is completed. What is our milestone 2? It says, then show a randomly chosen word from the list. So how to choose random words? So first of all, what we have to do, since we have file lines as a variable that is getting the whole list from this function, get words from the file, what we can do is take the length, which is len, and whatever the list is, that is file lines. And now we have a length and our max range. So let's first of all try printing the length. Let's run it. So there are 48, well, lists. My bad. So there are 48 elements in the list. So if we, try indexing, it can only go from 0 to 47. You know why? Because 48 is the length, which starts from 1 and counts till 48. But index starts from 0. So we have to minus 1 from the length. So we can say our max range is equals to whatever the length of the file is minus 1. And now we can run through the range, to get a random number between 0, because list starts with an index 0, to whatever the max range is. So to generate a random number, we can say, random index, because we'll store it there. And to generate, we have to import random libraries. Have we imported it? Yeah, we have imported random already. So we can just use random.rand int, as we know this function quite well. We have to give it a range that is minimum, that is, it should go from 0 till max range, which is max range. And we can try printing the, what are the value it gives at the random index. Let's say how to print it. We should say something like file lines and the random index that we are getting. So random index. So it will probably print whatever it gets from file lines randomly. So yeah, it got range. Wow, what a word to get right now because we were using range and all. All right, next word. It is Mehran Shamani. I'm sorry, it was Mehran Shami. The next word is integer. The next word is float. All right, so we are getting it. So milestone 2, show a randomly chosen word from list, is done as well. So let's not print the length. And instead of just creating, the length variable, which I don't like to do, let's go over here and do something like this. All right, nice. Hmm. So we got max range, random index, and we are printing the file lines at random index, which is nice for now. Milestone 2 is done. Milestone 3 is repeat and wait for the user to hit enter, then show another word. Okay. So we have to repeat somehow, which means we have to go in a loop. And in loop, we have to generate random index again. We don't have to set the maximum range because I hope we are not doing anything with the list. But these two have to go inside a loop. And what is the loop? It should be a while loop. While true, isn't it? So yeah, we can do this as long as we want. So like it goes on and on. Ah, which is not what we want. So how to stop? How to stop this? So wait for user to hit enter and then show another word. So how to take enter as an input? We have to take input, I would say. So input, and we are not using it, or are we? So let's take input. So now we have to press enter over here. And we get a word that is AI. Press enter, we get word people. Press enter, we get a word integer. Press enter, we get a word variable. Press enter, we get a word file reading, and so on and on. Which is nice and all. But how does this end? How does this program ends? There's no way it ends by itself. And there are no guidelines how to end this program. So I don't know what we want, what it should do. But you can press anything and it would give you the next word, but it will not exit. All right. So what can we do? So for ourselves, we can write something like an exit statement or exit case. So if they press enter, which means input is nothing, and the end shouldn't be, \n, which means it should not give us \n. I don't know if it will work or not, but let's see. Yeah, so it does not work. Why? So it does not fit well in this context, because I don't want this extra line. But if it gives us, no worries. So in any case, like if somebody presses enter, so user input must be empty, isn't it? So if user input is empty, then we should keep on doing this. We can write else, not else, we should write elif. Elif, and the statement would be if user input is equals to quit or we can probably, create a list of the words that we know can end a program. So let's see what it does. It says elif. Yeah, it should break. Now this is complete. So if you press enter, we get the first word. If you press enter again, we get word again. Press enter, words again and again and again. All right. So I think what we should do instead is keep it over here. Just for the fun, so that we don't have to first of all press enter. As soon as we start running, we get a word. We should get a word. And let's write a quitting statement first of all. If it is anything else, let's not do anything. Let's keep it running. If it is, quit, it should break. So let's clear our console first of all. It is a mess right now. Now, what I want is, as soon as I start running this program, it should give me first word. So yeah, it gives me the first word, that is diagnostic. Now I have to press enter to get next word, that is index. And if I say quit over here, it ends the program. Now, there can be something like N or no or exit or all these words. So what we can do is create a list. Now again, a list. That's why I'm saying I'm using something like this. So I would say something like exit list. Which will be just bunch of words or strings that can signify that we want to quit this program. So we can say quit. We can say exit. We can say no, or even no, like in no, let's not make it case sensitive. We will take user input in smaller case, right? Quit, exit, no, stop. So these are all sort of stopping conditions. So we can say if user input is any of these that is in exit list, it should break. Now let's see if it works. If it works, we are good. So we get a first word, that is Python. The second one is URL. The third word is suitcase. And as soon as I press no, well, it ends, which is good. Now let's try with quit as well. So enter, enter, enter. So we are getting words. Let's type quit. And it exits. Let's write enter, enter, enter. We are getting words. If I type exit, it again stops. So now we have an exit list. That is all the words in the world that we can say to a program that we want to exit. And it is all the words. And we can exit out of this loop as soon as we type any of these words, which is absolutely nice. As for any of the other words, let's write elif. That should be like if user input is something like empty, or let's write not empty, and it is like not, we are not pressing enter, and we are not also saying that it is in exit list. So what I want to say is, now this time if user enters something like ASDF or something very random that is not even in the exit list, and that is not even enter, what should we do is we shall instruct them with a print statement saying something like, please press enter to continue, or what we can say, quit to exit. Isn't it? It's nice. And a happy face. Let's see if it works. So there's, well, I see a lot of error explanation. So the syntax error, invalid syntax, is likely occurring in elif user is not equals to and in, because the incorrect syntax, the condition uses and with a variable missing before the, okay, we didn't use the variable, that was user input. So this should be the variable. Now what? Yeah, now it works. Now if I press something that is very random but not enter, well, it didn't give us what we were expecting. I feel so bad. Well, did I use and, or should I have used or? Let's see whether or works. Yeah, I just use randomly. And if nothing works, then I go back to, my logic implementation. Yeah, or works, which means either user input should be enter, or the user input should be in our exit list. And if none of these are true, then we should just say like, please press enter. This is nice. I'm enjoying it. Now this looks like a program that I would make actually. This looks like a real legit program. Let's first of all clear everything. And now try running it. So we got a word, second word, third word, and so on. As soon as I press enter, and if I press quit or exit, sometimes I get word without any space in between. I think they must have been bunched up or something like that. I don't know why. And if I press quit or something like exit or no, well, we get out of this program. Now there's still a error. I would not say error, but it is still case sensitive. Like if I say no in caps, well, it doesn't hear that we want to say no. So every time we take user input, it should be lower. And since our exit list is already lowered, so no need to worry about it. So now let's run it. And if I press no with the caps, well, I exit. So now it is not even case sensitive. It works, and it works very fine, I would say. So I think this should be it. Let's check for the correctness. And it is self-graded. I knew it because they couldn't check for my case or scenarios in which, well, I've made something out of this heads up program. Nice. Now the optional, that is baby vocab and memory game. Let's go. So our baby vocab is, what is it? So there's a load word from file. So I guess that there is a word. Yeah. So these are all baby words. Nice. Nice to know that. And we are creating a list and we are returning the list. Nice. We have print histogram bar. Oh, nice. How would we do? How would we do that? I don't know. So print words, and this is a symbol, I guess. Or this is not a symbol. This is not a symbol. This is to do something with the space. So it's like we should get 8 blank spaces like this. I hope this is what it means. And because in F, every time we use curly braces, it means it is a variable and it is doing something. And we have a X, that is a string, and we are multiplying it with count, which means we want X printed as many times as the count states. And count is a variable, I guess, like this. So if count is, how many X are there? There are 6, 7. So there are 7 X's. So we are multiplying X with 7 and we are getting something like this. And what is this? This is nothing but we are getting spaces, these blank spaces after the word. That's it. This is because of that. And we'll, try doing something with it. Let's read the comment as well. So it says print 1 bar in the histogram. Uses formatted strings to do so. The word like this adds white spaces, as I've said. White spaces after a string to make the string take up total 8 total spaces or characters of spaces. And this makes all of our words on the left. Oh, let's remove this thing. Takes a lot of space. And this makes all of our words on the left of the histogram lines up nicely. And on the other hand, that is this variable. It just takes the X string and duplicates it by the count. So as many counts as are there, it will duplicate. So it is showing an example that we have X and we are trying to multiply it with 5. We'll get 5 X's. It's nice. Now, code is something we have to do over here. So what do we have to do? Let's see. So when you are done, your output should look similar to this. And why? What are we doing? We are taking the word, we are printing the histogram. So let's try printing the histogram directly. Print histogram bar and let's pass the words. And let's see. Oh, we got error. Missing one required. Word and count. Yeah, what should be the count? Let's make it 10 for now. Oh, it's 20. Let's do it. Type error, unsupported format. Pass to list.format. Your code has an error. Oh, where is it? Print. I don't see where the error is. I don't know what happened. So it says the error occurs because the print histogram bar function is being called with the entire words. Oh, it has the entire words. So instead of entire words, let's just choose whatever the word is at index 0. So now, yeah, we got mama and 20 histogram bars. Nice. So now we know print histogram only takes one word, which we already knew. But yeah, sometimes we get confused. We are confusing fellows. All right, so now I get an idea. But what are we doing? How to, get the count? What the idea is nothing. We have to use some sort of for loop where we have to say for word in words, which will go through all the words. Do we go like this? But then there are how many words? Let us see. Let us print the length of this list that is words. Let's run it. And there are 157 words. Think about it. All right. So parenthood is an exciting time with lots happening. And one of the most memorable things as a parent when you have a baby is hearing them speak their first word. However, it can be also interesting to see what words your baby learns and say the most as they grow. So to explore our interest in babies' vocabulary, write a program that loops over a list of words may be made by a baby. All right, it is made by a baby. Yeah, we all know baby can type. And counts the appearance of each word. Okay. So we are counting the appearance of each word. Nice. And this is something we have to implement now. So it counts the appearance of each words and then makes a histogram from counts. So we have to create a dictionary out of it. So let's take few words, for example. Let's take words like word that is at index 0. Let's print it. And similarly, let's do this 5 times. So to do this 5 times, let's run it loop. I in range, we are doing it for a definite number of times. That is 5. Oh, 5. And we should print words with I. So it will go from 0 to 4, not 5. So mama, dada, baba, baba, mama. We are seeing the words get repeated. So we want words to be there. And we want something like, since this is our sample size for now, so we have to create a dictionary, something that looks like this. Let's create a dictionary just for the sample. So a dictionary should look something like mama, and the baby spoke it how many times in this sample size? How many times did the child say mama? I am counting it as 2 because I see 2 mamas. As for dada, it's another word. How many times? I see only 1. Okay. How about baba? And I see 2 words. And it counts up to 5. So nice. So we'll create histogram for the word that is mama. We'll pass that as a key, and the value that how many times it occurs, that is 2. So this is a dictionary for you. Let's create a dictionary, isn't it? So let's create word dictionary. And let's keep it empty for now. Now we don't need this, so let's erase it. And how should we go by doing this? Let's do something interesting. So we'll also print the dictionary if we can. Can we print a dictionary? Let's see. Let's give it a value that is mama, which should be a string. And it has a value of 1. And this is it, a single line dictionary. Can we print it? And we can. So it can print. So let's reinitialize it to blank. And let's fill it up with a loop. So for word in words. And this will go through all the words in the list. Now what we want to do. we want that word, and since it is a word in the list, we are imagining it is, all the white spaces are stripped and all, it is purely just a word. So we can see something like, if word, if it exists in our word dictionary, like if it is present in our words dictionary. So if word in word dictionary like this, we can say, word dictionary, and as a key, that is the word, we'll go to that word, and the key value pair, so we'll increase the value of this by 1. Else, if any case the word is not found there, what we can do is we can introduce that word into the word dictionary. So we can say word dict, and whatever the word is, and then we can initialize it with 1, because this word has only occurred one time, and as soon as it is there, it has a presence there. As soon as it comes and it is found that it has a presence, it will be appended by 1. So I imagine this should work. Let's run it. Cross my fingers, and it, oh wow. So if I only print something like length of this word dictionary, it should be very short. Even I can count it on my fingers, but I don't want. Let's see some figures. So I see there are only 9 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the please was, continued. So I counted it as 1. So 9. There are 9 words. And the most spoken word is mama. And the second most is dada. Nice. Now, instead of just printing the words and dictionaries and all, we don't want to print it. We want, to now access the key value pairs in the word dictionary. So how can we access that? We can say for key, we are creating a variable key, and value in what? In the word dictionary that we have created. And to go to them, we have something like index or something like that. I don't remember. Index. Is it index or something like that? It starts from I. Let's see the docs if there is any help for us. I don't see any help at all. So let's try doing this, and we'll just print normally the key value for now. Key, comma, value. Let's do it. Yeah. So there's no index, but what is it? Items, I think. Let's see. Let's run it. And yeah, we got key and value pairs. So yeah, this is a method, I would say, not a function. It looks like a function to me, but it is a method where it returns both key and value pairs simultaneously. So that's why we need 2 variables to store both of these together, to cache these. If I just say, return me keys, it will just return me keys, spelling mistake, keys, and I should remove this value, and I will need to get my value like this. Value is nothing but whatever the dictionary is, index them using not the indices as 0, 1, but the key, that is the unique identifier, that is key over here, and that will give us the value. So we'll get the same result. Let's say we got value, and I don't think we can, get keys out of values, but let's see, we'll see. So we can get values by doing this, and let's comment this out. And let's just, first of all, print the values as we usually do. So it will give us, oh, whoa, what happened? Okay, so a S problem. It's not any problem, it's just values with a S. Okay, so it gave us all the values, so we can just get a comparative idea around it. All right. Can we get a key using that? So can we get a key using words dictionary? And if we enter the values, I don't think we will get anything except for the errors, but let's see. And yeah, we are getting an error. It says the error message key error 30 suggests that you are trying to access key in the word dictionary that doesn't exist. And this likely occurs at the line key is equals to word and the value, where you are mistakenly trying to use the word dictionary values to access keys. But values cannot be used directly to retrieve keys in our dictionary because value is not a unique identifier. Key is. As each values might not be unique, as I said, or be a key itself. So you need to find another way to retrieve the key associated with each values to or reconsider the logic of that loop. And so we will reconsider the logic because we don't want loop values only. We want key values pair. So yeah, the whole logic will be, as we wrote earlier, key value pair, and we will not just access the values from the word dictionary, but also the keys. So keys and values simultaneously. So we need to use item or items. So now let's again print key and values simultaneously. And we are back. Now. So key is this word mama and value is the count. So we can, if pass key and value as word and count to print histogram bar, we will get a histogram bar. We should get a histogram bar, and we got a histogram bar. Nice. This is nice. So in this assignment, that is baby vocab, we played with, a file, how to input a file. We played with list. We were getting a list, that is words. We created a dictionary out of it, which recorded the word and their occurrences as in a dictionary with a key value pair. The key was the word that baby said, and the value was how many times he said those words. And then we, using the print histogram bar, and that is something we have defined, we printed a histogram. How nice it is. All right. As I've said, I will, try tinkering with these values as well. So if I say 18, it should give us the 18 white spaces. Let's run it. And we got 18 white spaces. These blank spaces are called white spaces. All right. Why is this the, angular bracket was there? I don't know. Let's try running it like this. What is it? It says space is not allowed. So it'll take it like this, but what is it? If I don't write something like this, what will happen? Yeah, something like this will happen. If I write something like 1, what should happen? Do we get a white space? Or we don't? Let's write 10. If there's any white space, it should be noticeable. And yeah, we are still getting white spaces. But so why did we write something like angular, less than, or whatever this sign is called? Why did we write it like this? Is it because we wanted a clarity? Otherwise it was very close like this. It is very close. You can't understand it. Now this looks unique, like we are trying to do certain operations on it. So yeah, the white spaces look the same to me. So I think, yeah, we are adding this this less than looking symbol just so that we can add a space over here to see it very beautifully. So since it's done, let's check for the correctness. Oh, damn. Yeah, it was 8. So let's keep the white spaces the same. That is 8 because they are expecting only 8 white spaces. Now it's correct. And let's go. So let's move forward. So our 6th week's last optional challenge, memory game. Okay, so we have an assignment that says write a program that has a user play a memory game using lists. And this Python programming assignment will guide you through the exciting process of creating your own memory game, a classic and engaging exercise that tests your ability to remember and match pair of items. In this game, the cards will be represented as numbers in a list, and their location will be indices of the list. So by completing this project, you will be practice the critical list concepts, and not only will this enhance your problem solving skills, but will also have lots of fun as you watch the game come to life and challenge yourself or your friend to find all the pairs. All right, so important is, like Console Academy, the autograder expects you to match the expected output. Exactly. So if you're stuck, see the comment box over here. Okay, so milestone 1. We should create a truth list and use a for loop to create a list that has value zeros through num pairs 1. Num pairs -1, it looks like a -1 twice. So for example, if num pair is 3, as an example, your list should have this value. Okay. Milestone 2, shuffle the list. So Python random library has a special function called shuffle, which will randomly order the values in the list. Call the function on your list and then print the result. Print out the list to make sure it looks shuffled, assuming that your list from previous milestone was named truth. Do not keep the print statement in the final program. It is just for testing. Now, a milestone 3 is create a displayed list in this program. You will need to keep track of a separate list, which is one to display to the user. Use the asterisk symbol to denote that a value is hidden to the user. Otherwise, we display the value. And initially, display should be a list of asterisk values, which is same length as the truth. If number pair is 3, it should be like this. Now, milestone 4 is get 2 valid indices from the user. Write logics to get 2 valid indices from the user, and a valid indices satisfy the following: valid numbers greater than or equal to 0, less than or equal to the index of the last element in the list. The value of the displayed list at the index must be asterisk, i.e. it has not yet been uncovered or mashed. The second index the user supplies the pair must not be equal to the first. Okay, so what I'm guessing is we are showing them the number pair, which is index and the number at that index, again the index and the number at that index, and similarly we are going through that. And we have a clear terminal which does nothing but just scrolls up or plains 20 lines with nothing but new lines, and that's how we clear the terminal. Nice. But if you can access lines 21 in your screen, you will probably be able to see what was written earlier. So yeah, you can scroll up so you can probably see. So let's start by creating a truth list. So truth is equals to Now create a truth list and use for loop to create a list that has values 0 through num pairs. So it is an empty list for now. And we'll use for what? For loop to create a list that has values from 0 to number of pairs minus 1. Yeah, because we are indexing. So for I in range, and it starts from 0, so we don't need to mention, but if you want, you can mention the 0. So it should start from 0 and till what is the range? Num pair minus 1. As in, if we want to create 3 num pairs, we should just go from 0 to 1 to 2. 0, 1, and 2 as an index. And that gives us the 3 number pairs. Now, how can we create, how should we create the numbers? So for example, number pair is 3. As an example, your list should have this value. Okay. So it's like truth dot append whatever the I is, and again do this same thing. I don't know why. And let's print it. And I guarantee that my list will look exactly like it depicts over here, right? So let's run it. Oh damn, shit. I was guaranteeing something, but it backfired. So let's print I, just for the sake, printing I. So for 0 and 1, we are not getting 2. Is it because of this? Oh yeah, it is because of the minus 1. Yeah, because for loop, this range does not exceed the maximum range. It is excluded. This maximum range is excluded. So if we write something like 3, then it will go till 0 to 2. So it's like 0, 1, 2. Yeah, my bad. I forgot this about. Yeah, now exactly what we expected. You see? Now, before printing the truth, how about we try clearing the terminal over here? I hope it does clear the terminal, and it did. And now here is our truth. All right. Milestone 2 is shuffle the list. Okay. So to shuffle the list, we have to say the Python random library has a special function called shuffle. Let's not use real terminal for now. Or should we use it? Let's use it. Now milestone 2 says the Python libraries yada yada yada. Special function is shuffle, which will randomly order the values in the list. Call that function on your list, which is truth. All right, we will do that. Print out the list to make sure it looks shuffled. So before printing out again, let's do it afterwards. Let's copy this, paste it, and over here let's achieve our milestone 2. That is random.shuffle, and our list, that is truth. Let's see. So this was our list earlier. Now this has been shuffled. Now do not keep the print statement in a final program. It is just for testing. So let's mark it as remove. So that we remember that we have to remove this. Now milestone 3 is to create a display list in this program. You will need to keep the track of separate list, which is one to display to the user. So we use the asterisk symbol to denote that a value is hidden to the user. Otherwise, the display value. Otherwise, we display the value. That a value is hidden to the user. Otherwise, we use display value. initially expected. So it says we should have a asterisk list as well. So let's say hidden list. And since it should also be equal to the size of truth list, so I also want to try, instead of writing it 2 times, can we just multiply it by 2? Will this work? No, so it didn't. Okay, now instead of appending to truth, how about appending it to hidden list? Yep. Now if we try to print our hidden list, it will be of the same length as our truth, but it will have the numbers. We don't want numbers, we want asterisk. So let's say we want asterisk over here as well. Let's say asterisk, that is a string. Let's do this, and we got it. Now what? Let's check for correctness so that we can see what is expected and what is observed, isn't it? Let's see. We detected that your entire display array was revealed, so we expect you to print the winning message. Expected output was something like this. Congratulations, you won. How did they won? I don't know. Observed output was this. So we somehow need to say this as well. Let's remove it. Let's print congratulations, you won. I don't know what we are doing in this game, but let's see. Let's trust the process. Let's not show this hidden list as well. Now it runs. Now what is it? Main test expected something like this, and expected output is 20 lines of the clear terminal, and we are clearing the terminal, I hope. Observed output also looks the same to me. Not seeing the difference? Check out tips. Check out our tips. Well, I don't even know what we are doing over here, so I don't know. So the second index of the user supplies the pair must not be equal to the first. The two indices supplied must be distinct. If user does not enter a valid index repeatedly, prompt them until they do. And we recommend that you define a new function, get valid index, which takes in the display list, returns a valid index to the user, index the user entered. So we have to define this. I don't know how. So since I can't get, what we are doing, it's like enter the same index twice. You entered the same index twice, try again. Invalid index, try again, not a number. Input an index that has already been revealed. Inputting an index that has already been revealed. This number has already been matched, try again. So I don't even know what we are doing at this point. So I think I'll need to go through this assignment again and again. Memory game demo. So let's see the demo first. Okay, so it's like we get a retracted list first of all, and enter index. Let's enter 1. Enter index. Let's enter 0. So value at index 1 is 2 and value at index 0 is 0. Okay. So what? What is this game here? I don't know. Enter index 1, 0. I'm not sure at all. Value at index 1. So over here, value is 2 and value at index 0, that is over here, is 0. So no match. Try again. How should I give it a try? Should I say something like 0 as 0, not a number, 0, 0. You entered the same index twice. So 0, 1, again, 0, 3. Value at index 3 is 1. 0, 1, 2, 3. Over here it's 1. Okay, I got it. So we know 0 has some value, 1 has some value. 0 has value 0. Over here it's 0. 1 has 2. So over here it's 2. Okay. 0 and 2 is recreated in our mind. For 2 and 3. Okay. So we got something that is 1, 1. I didn't know. We could do something like this. 4 and 5. So 4 is 0 and 5 is 2. Now I get it. So we have to match 4 with the index 0, 0 with 4, and 5 with 2. Yeah. So as soon as we reveal this correct index after, it's get shuffled. Now if I say 2 is, sorry, my bad. 5 with 1. And I've won. Nice. Again, I would like to play this again, and I'll give it a try later. But I'll play this as much as possible so that I can get a gist of what we are actually doing. So well, this was our memory game and I was struggling a lot with this. So I just played a lot again. So I've played it. Let's try it again if we can. So I somewhat get this game, what it is. So we have to, guess what number is at which index. So we just have to first of all enter some sort of index, just like clicking on a puzzle square. You are clicking on an index. So let's press 0 and 1 and see what is there. So on 0 we have number 2 and on 1 we have number 1. All right. So 0 and 1 did not match the number. So now we can go to 2. All right. First of all, press enter. 2 and 3. So 2 has a number 2 and 3 has a number 0. Okay. And if I remember correctly, 0 also has a number 0 and 3 also has a number 0. Oh no. So it did not. But if I now remember correctly, 0 has number 2 and 2 also has number 2. So let's try that. 0 has number 2, 2 also has number 2. So both these indexes had number 2. So now, since we have guessed them correctly, it is unveiled to us. All right. So now 1 has number, I don't know, and 3 has number, let's see. So 1 has a number 1 and 3 has number 0. So if 1 has number 1 over here and 3 has number 0 over here, these two must be either 0 or 1. So which one is which? So let's enter 4. Oh, first of all, let's enter 4 and let's try to match it with 0. Not 0 but 1, my bad. Let's enter 4 and try. Okay. So since it didn't take 0 automatically, so it rejected the 0. It is saying, enter index. And if we don't enter index, we say something like not a number or something like that, some sort of argument. And if we enter the same number, which we already did at the first time, it says you enter the same number twice. And if I enter it thrice also, it says you have, entered the same index twice. So that's interesting. But I want it to be matched with number 1. Let's see what it is. So yeah, we got lucky, and number 1 has the index 1 has the number 1, and index 4 has the number 1 as well. So now this last index 3 and 5 is left. So let's enter 3 and 5, and congratulations, we have won the game. So let's copy everything, just while making the program, we should not face any sort of logical issue like what do you want to print and all. All these statements are there and we can print them. So let's write a comment. Okay, so these are arguments that we can take. All right. So let's first of all try running our program, and we see that we have just printed it. And that is not good. That is not good. All right. So let's remove all these statements. Let's see what we have. So we have two lists, that is truth and a hidden list. But well, this is not a hidden list. It is what we let our users see. So it's retracted list. Like values are retracted. We cannot see those values. And let's not run clear terminal now. Let's just print the truth, that is the list. And after shuffling it, let's print it again. Let's see. What we got is the truth that we've created using the for loop, and then we shuffled it. So we've got numbers, that is truth, as a list. Now what we want is a loop that goes on while it's true. While true, isn't it? And inside this, we want to create the game that first of all takes the user input, isn't it? And we take two inputs. And what should be the input say? It is like enter an index. That's it. Right? So we enter the indexes. This is very basic because we have to, check for the indexes like input as well. So we'll have to create some sort of check. Let's say this is our input 1. I don't want to name something very complex that even I can't remember. Now this is input 2. All right. Now what? So instead of printing these truth, let's not print these truth. Or shall we? Just for this demo purposes while we are developing it, let's print the truth so that we can just get an idea of what we are guessing. So if we say this is our index, let's enter index. And if I enter index that is 0, and I enter index that is, let's say 1, and it doesn't stop. So we need, to check if the index we are entering from the input. So how do we check it? We have to check the truth. The truth, if, the index we are talking about, and the index is nothing but input 1. If the input 1 is equals to, truth of index that is input 2 or sort of index 2, if it is, we must do something. For now, we are just printing correct guess. But what we want to do is, since we are also printing, we are also printing the retracted list, we want to show certain values that we have guessed correctly. So what we can do, the retracted list has all these stars, so we can replace stars for those indexes like input 1 index and input 2 index and show it. If it is correct, then we can say, well, you have guessed correctly. If it is not, what can we do? So if we do not enter, the correct sequence, it says no match, try again. And so we continue. But before that, we also give them a hint of what the value is at those indexes. So let's copy this and come over here. So we can say else we print something like this. Oh, damn. So we can say print, we use F and quotes, actually double quotes. And now we want to use our input 1, and whatever the value is at input 1, that is from the list truth 1, truth at the index of input 1. Now, similar to this, what we want is this line. We can just print it. But instead of just input 1, we should do input 2 and input 2. Oh. If you don't see what's coming right over here, well, just to give you an idea around, we have to, reveal the, if you enter any indexes, if you enter any index, you have to reveal, if you have guessed correctly, we have to reveal what the value stored in that index is. So we are doing that same thing. So we are going to the truth, that is the list, and we are going at the index, and this will reveal the value that is stored, or the element that is stored in that index. So both the indexes, we reveal them. And after revealing them, what do? We say something like, well, no match, and try again. Now, let's try again. So we are getting a retracted list, and if I enter index 0, the value is 2 at index 0. We know because we are revealing a truth, but we'll hide it when we play the real game. And we enter an index that, let's say, is 1. Now, the index 0 has a value 2, and the index 1 has a value of 1. So the value 2 and 1 do not match, so they do not get revealed. So we get a hint. But instead, we didn't. Why is that the case? Because it says our indexes are a string. It should not be string. It should be an int. So let's convert it into an int or an integer. That was a silly mistake, I would say. But all right, we can make silly mistakes for now. So now if I enter index 0, that is this, and index 1, yeah, so index 0 was the value 1 and index 1 had the value 0. It's confusing because it's 1 and 0 in value as well. So what we are getting is they do not match. So we are revealing as a hint that index 0 is 1 and index 1 is 0. No match. Try again. Please enter to continue. So over here, we are matching if they have entered or not. But let's not match right now. But if they have entered, if let's take an input. Input, which is called proceed. So if proceed is equals to like nothing, no value, it means it is enter. We can, clear the terminal. And we can go on. All right, we can go on continuing this game. So let's stop. Let's run it. What happened? Oh, proceed is to compare. We use double equals to assign. We use single equals to. So that must have been the error. Yeah, that was the error. Now enter an index. Let's enter something like, since we see that 0 and 1 has same value, that is 1 and 1. So we might have guessed correctly. So we should get, yeah, we have guessed correctly. And after guessing correctly, these retracted values at these indexes should be shown to us. So let's do that. So after guessing correctly, the retracted list at the index, that is input 1, becomes equals to the truth list with the input 1. And we are going to do the same for input 2 as well. Like this. So let's stop and let's play this game again. And so I see the index 0 and index 1, 2, 3. Index 3 and 0 has the same value. So let's enter 0 and 3. And we guessed correctly. So we got, real values in our retracted list. That is 0 and 0. Nice. If we guess correctly for index 1 and index, what is this? 4? Is it 4? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So if we enter 1 and 4, it should work. 1 and 4. And yeah, 1 also got revealed. And the last one is index 2. And the last one is 5, I would say. 2 and 5. Yeah, the whole list got revealed. All right. So instead of now just seeking for the input, we should also create another if statement that can break this loop. So to break a loop, we should create over here. So we should say if the asterisk is not in retracted list, we should just break, which will break this game, or well, stop it. Will this work? Or will we get an error? So we got an error. So list object is not callable. The code has an error. List object is not callable indicates that you are trying to call a list as if it were a function. This is like, oh, retracted list. Yeah, list is not, sorry, my bad. List is not a function. It is a list. Let's not use the parentheses. Yeah. And let's try to win this game again. because we know what the truth list is or looks like. So we can say the 0 and the index 5 are a match. Yeah, it is. We can say index 1 and index 4 are a match, and it is. We can say index 3 and index 2 are a match, and it is. So we guessed correctly, but we actually didn't see. We didn't see this last message. So before breaking, where's the while loop? So before breaking, we should probably print the retracted list as well. So let's copy this. Let's not copy this, but keep it at the top so that it gets printed anyways. And since we won the game, that's why we are exiting. We can say congratulations. Congratulations, you won. So we can copy this. And put it over here. So that before breaking or stopping or going out of this loop, we should be able to print this congratulations, you won. Or we could do this after this while loop over here. That would work as well. All right. This should also work. Index 0 is 1, index 1, 2, 3. 3 is also 1. Nice. Index 1 and 2 is 0, 0. Nice. Index 4 and 5. Oh, not 6, 5. My bad. So if we enter input that is out of the index, so we should create elif as well. So we can say elif, that is else if, but in a fancy way. So elif, no, we should not create it over here. This should be checking whether we are winning or not. We should check for input over here. So we can check for input, like if input 1 is equal to input 2, we should say something like you have entered the same index again, so try again. So if both inputs are same, we can try again. So since we are taking an input and it's getting a little complicated, so I would say let's create a function that creates or gets an input. So we'll say get an input is a function. Get input is a function, and we get input out of it. Or the get input should return both of these values, like input 1 and input 2. So if we start creating the input 1 and input 2 from get input, let's write get input over here. So we can write something like define get input, and it looks like this. let's not worry about what the condition is, but we want to return two values. So let's return value like input 1 and input 2. And just for this trial, let's say input 1, not index, but input 1 is equals to whatever the input is, enter a number. And same for input 2 as well. So let's see whether it returns this input or not. Or is there any error? So there seems like an error. What is it? It should be a quotes, because we didn't use quotes, double quotes. These silly mistakes should not be there. Let's run it now. What is this? And input 1 and input 2, we are checking for the conditions before input 1 and input 2 has been initialized. So remove those conditions. Let's see now. Yeah, so we enter number 1 and 0. So what happened? The error message indicates that you're trying to use string. Okay, so it's a string. All right. So let's convert it into integer. Yeah, this was the same error we stumbled upon earlier as well. Now there shouldn't be any errors. Well, it's like index 1 and index 5 looks like 0 to me, and it works. It works well. All right. Now, since we are just getting, input anyways, now we can, well, use certain conditions where it checks whether the input is correct or not. Let's see, how can we do that? So you can get input while input 1 and input 2 are equals. So we can create something like while true. So let's not worry about when this input will work. We can say get input as in a function. And we can say if what? If input 1 is not equals to input 2, let's say if it is equals to input 1 is equals to input 2, we can just print the statement that we were printing and again get the input. Something like this. So if we enter same number again and again, well, now it doesn't stop at all. So let's not get input anyways. Just get input when you have entered the same index twice. So let's say 0 and 0. You have entered the same index twice. Okay, let's enter 1 and 0. Now it's not same. And it should have worked. But now there was no input 1 and input 2. So let's create input 1 comma input 2 to get the return value of this, and so that it returns. Let's see. Now this is a recursion that we are using. 1 and 1. You've entered the same index twice, so let's enter 0 and 2. And we're getting stuck. So I don't think we should be using something like this. It is not good. What we can do is we can say while input 1 is equals to input 2, we can try taking these inputs again, but let's not take input 1. We should only take input 2, just single number. Input 1 will be similar as it was earlier. But let's also print the statement that we were printing. What happened? Oh shit. You've entered the same index twice. Let's do this. Yeah. Nice. Now if we try doing it, let's enter 1, 1. So it says you have entered same index twice, 0. And yeah, it matched against 0. And it was no match, so it said try again. Nice. So we've handled a case where we can not enter the same index twice. All right. What else? So we also have to see whether input 1, that is, indexes for our list, whether it has retracted, whether it has, solved the retracted list or not. So we have to check something like while. Let's run a while loop again. And if we say something like where was it? Yeah, over here. So in enter index, we entered 4 and then we entered 0. So the 0 has already been matched. So it says try again. So enter index and we enter nothing. So it says not a number. So we can run. While input 1. Oh, it's becoming quite, nested loops. Like if it is equals to empty, we should say okay. So it is getting confusing now. All right. So instead of running while loop again and again and again, we can check this statement. Let's say true. All right. Now say if, and this input 1 and this thing is like this. Let's do something like this. If input 1 is equals to input 2, we have to say print you have entered the same index. All right. Now we can match for another situation like else, or not else, but elif input, 1 is not equal to how can we say not a number? Input 1 not in range of length of whatever the array we have, let's say truth and -1. We can do what? We can print saying something. Let's take a break. Okay. So elif input not in range, we can do something. That is, we can say, input is not in range. And then we can again say enter input 1 again. And int input. And the same thing goes on. Now, what if I start enter or something like 10? So it doesn't print like input is not in range. It just takes the first input. And now it says you have entered the same index twice. It doesn't care whether the input is in range or not. Now if I enter 20, it gets stuck. It gets stuck where? Elif input not in range. Or instead of saying something like this, I don't know if it works or not, but instead of saying something like this, we can say input is less than or even equal to the length, isn't it? Now less than should not be, less than 0. So we can say it should be greater than 0, but less than and equal to this. Now, if this works, it's good. So if I enter 1 and then I enter 10, it says name error, the truth is not defined. Oh, truth the list. So the list is not getting passed. So that's why it cannot get an idea what the truth is. So let's give it the truth. List. RUTH. So let's enter truth. If I enter 1, I enter 10. Oh, why does it says oh, because I changed the name to list truth, so I should change it over here as well. Now it should work. Let's see. 1 and 10. Yeah, it says input not in range. Try again. So it tries again for input 2. There's no check for input 1, isn't it? So we should create a check over here as well for input 1. So let's say this is a conditional check for input 2. So there should be a conditional check for input 1. It will not be the same, but there will be one, isn't it? This condition doesn't apply. Now this condition applies. And this condition applies over here as well. Now it looks nice. Now as for the else, like if everything condition has, returned true or no condition has matched, we can just break out of this loop and use those values. Is it good? I think so. I like to think so. And over here as well, if nothing matches, we should say else, and we can say break. Now, we should also check whether, we can write elif input 1 is equals to blank. Or how can we say input 1 not a number? Elif input 1 not a number. How can we say like input not a number? Like this will take it as an enter. How can you check that they don't enter A, B, C, D? So let's see if there is any milestone for that. Non-numbers. So we can say not a number, try again. Number is out of bound, which then we'll say invalid index, try again. That is over here. Where is it? Yeah, over here. You entered the same index twice. That is getting checked over here. Try again. Now this statement should also change. Now, how can we check whether input is not a number? So shall we search? Let's search. How do we search? So how do we say in not a number? Okay, so we have a check like is digit or like is numeric. Nice. So let's enter a digit like L. So it says not a number, try again. K. Again. So there's another try and block method. That's what I'm guessing. So while true, let's also try to, convert into. Try this. Try what? If input 1. Let's not use try block since we have not learned it and I'm not very sure how to use it. Let's convert this into elif and write the if condition as if, because that's the first condition that input should be at least a digit. Input 1 is not, and then we can say is digit. Input 2 not is digit. I don't know how to use this. I don't know how to use this. So what can we say? If input 2. Okay, so if I add is digit over here, I think this will return whether input 2 is digit or not. If input 2 is not a digit, it probably will return false. No, if input 2 is digit, it will return true. If input 2 is not a digit, let's see. Let's print whatever this gives us. If true, then true. If false, then false. Over here. And over here as well. Input 1. Let's run it. What happened? So it says indentation error. There is this indentation over here. My bad. Syntax error. Yeah, we did not do anything. So let's say pass. Next. Oh, there's a unnecessary colon over here. Next. Yeah. So let's enter something like A. And since we were trying to convert it into integer, this directly gives us an error. So let's not try to do that. Let's now enter A. And we get a false. I know. So A is digit. Well, it is not. So it doesn't run. If I say not in front of it, now what will happen if I enter A? I should get if not is digit, print not a digit, else print is digit. Let's see. Now what happened? Okay, so we cannot use this for negation. We can use not like this for logical negation. So this will work. If I enter A, now it says not a digit and it prints this, which is nice. So instead of writing it like this over here, let's create this as elif. Let's write if condition as this. Let's write if not input 1 is digit. Now this means whether input 1 is digit or not. If it is a digit, well, then it will run. But we don't want to run it then. We just want to say something like print what? If it is not a digit, we want to print not a number. Not a number. And try again. All right. Now if this works, it is going to be great. Let's remove this. Let's see. How about we enter AQ? And it goes on and on and on, which is not the way I want, because after saying it is not a number, we should take the input again. Like this. And how about now? If I enter A, it says not a number, try again. If I enter A again, it says not a number, try again. And if I enter anything except for number, It says not a number, try again. So if I now enter 2, okay. Now there's another error, and I know the reason there might be. It says this is not supported between instances of int and string. All right. Now, before, there can be two if else conditions I can think of. So else it is a number and we'll convert the input 1 int of input 1. So what happened was we were comparing even when the input 1 was taken in as a string, isn't it? So let's run now. If I enter 2, it says invalid index, try again. Okay. Which is not a very good sign. If 0 is greater than input, let's try printing the input 1. Let's stop it. Let's run it. If I press enter A, not a number, S, okay. So this is happening because there are two different if else conditions in this loop. So it is probably getting confused. So instead of doing something like this, how about, well, just think about it. How about we create a different get input function? Let's do that. How about I define get valid input, which takes the valid input, which means it checks input, let's say number, user input, and we just say the message that is same for all. So we can just use this block again and again, enter a number like this. All right. Let's not use this function that is get input. And let's comment all these things out. We don't want to use them. And instead define main again. How does that sound? So we should define main again, where we will try to use our get valid input. If I say get valid input, let's give it a number 9. Let's give it a variable I and try printing that I. Now, while the user input is not in right condition, while user input is digit, well, not is what I want to negate. So if it is not a digit, what we can do instead is print something like not a digit. Or like instead of using a while loop to satisfy a condition, how about we use if condition like always and just make it true? Like this. If user input digit, and now I want to use this and a colon. So if it is not a digit, well, we just say it is not a digit. Let's run it. Indentation error. Okay. Can you suggest which line number it is? Line 68. So where's the line 68? Line 68. Oh, let's even erase it. How does that sound? Yeah. So we are back over here. This is our program. This small thing is a program. That's it. So enter a number 1. And well, it worked. So no question asked. So if not a digit, we can print not a digit. Else we can just break out of this loop. So let's run it again. And if we enter 1, that is a number, it breaks out of the loop. But why are we getting none? Because we are getting the user input, but we are not returning it. We want to return it so that we can access it from anywhere like this. So if we get valid input and it returns the user input after taking a valid input to I, then we should be able to print I. So if I enter 1, it returns 1 and we are able to print 1. If I don't print 1 or I, well, we don't print it. That's it. But let's do it. And it will only print if it is a valid digit. Let's try running it for A. It says not a digit and keeps on going. But we should not keep on going, but we should actually stop. We should actually stop and see whether it is, it will, or a user will enter another number like this. And this keeps on going. And if they enter a valid number, well, we give them out a number. But if you try to operate on this number, let's say add 5 to this number, we cannot. Why? Because this number is, any guesses, is not an integer. So before, breaking or something like that, instead of just returning user input, let's create user input and convert it into integer since it is already a number. All right. Now we can probably use this user input properly. AS, anything, blank, space, tab. Oh, tab does not work. All right. Anything that is not a number, anything that is like this is not a digit. Like this should work. Oh, we got 15. You know why? Because we did get 10 from for I and then we added 5 to it. So we can do arithmetic on this now, which means we can compare it against anything. So now we are ready to use this get valid input to create some valid logics, like we can use it to get valid input for input 1, I would say. Get valid input. And then we can use it for input 2 as well. Like this. And now we can check for all the conditions. That is, if input 1 is equal to input 2, well, we should say something like, what all conditions were there? Let's see. Yeah. So if input 1 is equals to input 2, which means we are entering the same index twice. So we can say like we are entering the same index twice. And instead of saying this, we have to say this statement, that is, you entered the same index twice. And then we are expected to wait. Wait for, well, input again. So this time we should only take input 2, that is equals to get valid input, and we should wait. So if I enter something like 1 and 1 again, it says you entered the same index twice, try again. And if I enter 1 again, it stops. You know why? Because we are running a if conditional, and that works for one time. It doesn't work always. So we have to, keep this in a loop so that it keeps on going and checking for the condition. So we can say while it is true, again, while true. We can check for these conditions, else we can just let it go and say break. So now this will work, and well, it'll keep on checking whether our input is valid or not, or input 1 is equals to input 2. Let's see. A colon was missing. Silly error. So enter a number. Let's enter 5. Let's enter 5 again. So it says you entered the same index twice. Try again. So if I enter 5 again, it says the same thing again and again, and it will keep on going till I enter a different number for input 2, that is 2, and it stops. Nice. So I've checked for the first thing, that is entering the same index twice. We'll have to print this statement and get another input. Now if number is out of bounds, which means if it is if it is going out of the index that only exists. So like if we have 6 indexes, it cannot go beyond that. Now to calculate that, we can either see whether what is the length of our input, or what is the length of our list, or we have a variable, I guess. We have a variable called numpairs. So let's take this variable numpairs, which is equals to 3 for now. And just for this scenario, let's discuss it over here. And I'll probably erase it. But if numpair is 3 and I am creating a list that has a pair of numbers, isn't it? 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3, 3. So there are 3 pairs of numbers. So can you guess the length of this list? Well, the length is nothing but 6. Isn't it? Now, can we get, the idea of length? What will be the length based on this num pairs? So let's say if we create 4 pairs, how many, what will be the length of this list? Well, it will give us another pair, which can be 4, 4 or 5, 5, whatever. But it gives us 4 pairs of numbers. So 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, and this is the 4th pair. So length, instead of being 6, it becomes 8. So now length is nothing but whatever the num pair is. We can say whatever the num pair is, we have to multiply it by 2. So we get the length, isn't it? But if we talk about indexes, that is our range. So what is it? The index starts from 0 and it goes on till length minus 1. So if length is num pairs times 2, for last index, for getting the last index, we have to say something like whatever the length is, just subtract 1 out of it. And can you tell me what the length is from num pairs? Well, this is our length. So we can put this length in a bracket over here directly. And this is a formula for our last index. How does this look? Is it good? Is it bad? Well, tell me. Now we can check for it. So either we can check over here, that'll work, or we can check over here when we are taking the input itself. So I think I'll probably do it over here. We can write elif, whatever the user input is, not exactly inside this elif, but over here when we have converted into int. Now, if we have converted into integer, can we compare over here? Can we do that? So over here, if it has been converted into integer, I think we can compare. So if I say if user input, that is an integer, and we know it is an integer, we have converted into an integer, if that exceeds, or we can say that is greater than user input, if it is greater than, what is the length? Let's take a number. It is 8 for now, isn't it? So length is 8. Where are we? Length is 8, isn't it? And the last index should be 7. So we can say something like if user input is greater than 7, which means it is taking an index and it is going beyond what the index suggests, is greater than or equal to 7, we can take it. If it is less than or equal to 7, we can take it, else we cannot. So how about we give it an opposite thing? That is, if it is greater than 7, then we will say, well, your input is broken, so please get input again. So please get valid input again. Which is again the user input and the same thing. And since we have hard coded it for now, let's not hard code it. Let's write the formula. That is, what are the number pairs is, that is 3 for now, times 2, which gives us 6 for now. And if we subtract 1 out of it, this is 7. Now, if user input is greater than number 7, well, get valid input again. So if this recursion works, I am very grateful to you. Let's see. Well, let's first of all clear this whole thing. Now let's see. So if I enter something like A, not a digit, S, not a digit. If I enter something like 8, well, it doesn't say anything, but it gives me the option to, enter a digit. If I press enter or A or anything like that, it doesn't work. But if I enter 7, now this should work, but this didn't. If I enter 5 or 2, this didn't work. So what is the problem? Instead of taking 2 inputs for now, let's take 1 input. And let's comment these conditions out. Let's just check again. So if I enter 8, it says enter a number again. Let's also give it a print statement so that we can know what we are actually doing. Let's give it a print statement saying well, we cannot say not a number. We cannot say invalid index. Yeah, we can say invalid index because it is out of bound. So copy this, paste this. Now let's try running it. If I say 6, it says invalid index. If I say 3, it works. Okay. So let's start by entering 8. It doesn't work, obviously. 7, it doesn't work. 6, it doesn't work. 5, it works. So for 5, it's working. So how about we check this condition as well, what we are actually getting. So if we print it out, what this condition is, let's do it. Let's enter 8 again. And it says 5. Okay, so this number was coming out to be 5. How? 3 times 2 is 6 minus 1, 5. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I was assuming, our index was out of 4. Sorry, my bad. So it was giving us the right thing all along. Because our list is not like this. If we create num pairs instead of 3 to something like 4, then this will work probably. Now the 7 will work, otherwise it will not. Yeah, so now if I enter 7, it will work. Yeah, it works. If I enter anything else, it will not work. If I enter something like 8 or bigger than that, yeah, it doesn't work. Invalid index, try again. If I enter 9, it doesn't work. 10, it doesn't work. A, not a digit. S, not a digit. Not a digit. 79, invalid index, try again. Now this looks nice and it's working. So number pairs shouldn't be 4, it's 3. It's given in the constant over here. Number pairs is 3. So let's take it as 3. Now since we are getting a valid input, I think, let's not print it. Yeah. So we have solved for, well, it's not a number. We have solved for invalid index. We even solved for, you entered the same index twice after getting both of these values, input 1 and input 2. Now what is left is inputting an index that has already been revealed. So for this, how can we do it? How about, I hard code it first. Then I'll try to make it dynamic. Because now this is working, this is going in the great direction, and there's not much of a confusion. I'll probably erase all the codes above that were very confusing. But I'll keep this. Now, what can we do? So if I enter same digit twice, that is 1 and 1, it says you've entered same index twice. If I say something like 5, it takes it. But if I say something like, oh, what happened? How the hell was I able to do this? I didn't do it. What now? Oh, valid input. Sorry. Yeah. So if I enter 1 and then I try enter something like this, not a digit, 89, not invalid index. All right. So we get all the errors. That is not a number, isn't it? Not a number. Try again. Invalid index. Also, let's enter the same. That is 1. And it actually took it. Shit. It shouldn't be taking this, but it took it. I don't know why. So we entered a number that is 1, which was our input 1. And how about let's print both of these together. That is input 1 and input 2 simultaneously, so that we can get an idea what is happening for inputs. So if I enter 1 and 1 again, it says you entered the same index twice. Okay. So if I do all sorts of stuff like this and random stuff, if I enter 1 again, it works. What?
Why? So this is how, well, cybersecurity experts, do stuff that breaks the program, that breaks the logic that we create. And it does something very unexpected. So the last number we inputted was 1, and it actually took 9887, which was this one. How? Let's run it again and let's try to exploit it, so that it can give us input 2 as a digit. Not a number, not a number. Let's enter 1 again. Okay. So it doesn't work for this, but if I enter a digit and then enter a number that is inside the range, well, now it works. Okay. So this is a quite precise exploit, I would say. Oh, why is it happening to me? I don't know. How about writing else and break over here as well? I don't know why, but oh, indentation error, first of all. Yeah, now. Will this exploit work again? Oh, now nothing works. Oh, no. I was wrong. It works, but it says same index twice. Okay, ASDF. Enter a number out of range. Now enter 1, and it still works like this. Okay. So I'm stuck. Why? Because if I try to use, remove this from here and put it in this loop over here as an elif, let's paste it. Whoa. What happened? Now, I think I got it. I think I got it. Why? It doesn't work, but the earlier one will work if we made certain changes, like what? Like, I'm calling get valid input, but when it returns a value that is user input, we are not, assigning it or reassigning it to user input. That was invalid. So now that exploit shouldn't work. So if I enter this and I start entering something very random, all right, and now enter something out of range, and if I enter 1, see, it doesn't work now. Nice. That exploit didn't work this time. So let's enter something that is inside the range. So in the valid range, let's enter 2, and we got it. Nice. So now our valid, taking valid input works, isn't it? But we cannot shift this, this conditional over here, because this is only getting one user input at a time. And this condition needs both of these inputs, and that too in a digit. So if both of these inputs are there, that is in main, and both of these are in digits, so that we can compare against them. So we can see whether it's the same index or not. And if it is same, we can say get a valid input. Nice. Or we can try shifting it, but I don't want to. We can try shifting it by saying, we'll pass a similar number and as a argument, and if it finds any similar number, it will take, well, choose another number, isn't it? Choose another number. So we can do that, but why make it more complicated? This is fine. This is just fine. But if we want input to not be a similar number that we pass, we can do that. But let's not do that. I'm very tempted to do it, but let's not. All right. And let's remove these comments over here. Okay. Now, the way I was creating the truth and retracted list was nice. Let's take that. Printing the truth, nice. Shifting it randomly, printing the truth. Now this gaming logic, which is while true, we should print the retracted list. If the star is not in retracted list, congratulations, you have won, and break it. If input 1 and 2, we are getting the input as well, we'll play with that. Now let's copy this. Actually, let's cut it. And let's erase all these rubbish code. Yeah, it is quite rubbish. So we got a valid input function and a main. Inside a main, we've got input 1 and input 2. And now let's try the game logic and hope that it works. So the game logic is, first of all, now let's clear our screen. So the game logic that we got is, so let's break it over here. Let's write input logic. Don't worry about it. And below that is game logic. Yeah, I need comments because this was getting very confusing quite soon. So let's say this is our game logic. So I need comments. Okay. Now in game logic, this is our list, isn't it? So we can say creating list. Over here, we are shuffling the list, which is very evident. And over here, we are writing the game logic. All right. Now, since while true, we'll print the retracted list. And if the star is not in the retracted list, well, we have won because we have probably guessed all the, numbers. So input 1 and input 2, we are not taking it as this. We already have input 1 and input 2. Where? In the input logic over here, input 1 and input 2. We've got this. So we can print the retracted list. This works. If truth is equals to input, truth of input 2, we have guessed correctly, and we change the retracted lists, the digits. So that retracted list, we replace the asterisk symbol with the actual number if we have guessed correctly. Else, what we do is we give them a hint that the value at index this is this, and try again. And we say press enter to continue. If proceed is equals to enter, we clear the terminal. Else we can write something like, please enter continue. Isn't it? All right. To proceed. So this will just clear the terminal. How about we check the game first? So, let's run it again. And, let's guess 1 and 1. You enter the same index twice. Yeah, let's enter 0. So, okay. Now, instead of pressing enter to continue, what if I pressed anything else? And as soon as I press enter, because I would have to submit. So it's like input. We are not checking for anything else. Yeah. So it does not matter whether we input something that is worth or not. We just have to input. So let's go back to our game. No need to do this. No logic over here. Just proceed. Press enter to continue, and it will probably proceed and continue. All right. And we can say after they proceed, we can clear the terminal, probably like this. So now after we proceed, we can clear the terminal and everything should work as expected. Is there anything else that I would like to change about this? I don't know. So let's try running it first of all. And it's running. Where is our terminal? Okay, let's stop and let's clear it terminal. So after clearing the terminal, let's start. So this is not how we start. We enter a number, that is good, but we see the list as well, isn't it? And let's not show our truth list. All right. So while true, we first of all print the retracted list. So if we try to run it again, we should first of all see our retracted list, isn't it? But we don't. Why? Why don't we first of all see our retracted list? Because we have an input logic that is working. So how about we take this input logic and instead of just working, in a main, how about we enter that in our game logic over here? And with bit of a indentation, otherwise it will create issues like this. Now this should work. Let's see. Yeah, so we got our retracted list like this, and it says enter a number. So what should be the number? Let's enter 1 and 0. So it says 1. Okay, so we are printing the input as well. Let's not print that because no, it is not required. But let's ignore that. And it says value at index 1 is 0 and 0 as 0 is 2. So if we press enter, we get another chance. So we say 2 and 0. So at 0 it's 2, at 2 it's 0. So let's enter and press 1 and 2. So we guessed correctly. So it actually revealed the number. Let's press enter. That is not a digit. So it says please enter a digit. How about I enter 0 and 3? Yeah, so 0 is 2, 3 is 1. So now we know the final answer. What is it? Well, since 0 is 2, so it should be 4 or 5. Let's enter 0. So 4 is 1, 0 is 2. Okay, now we know the final answer. 3 and 4, 0 and 5. So congratulations, we won. And there's just some formatting errors, which is not considered an error because game is working and it's logically perfect. What's missing is, some printing conditions. All right, so let's do that. So we clear terminal after somebody says proceed, like this. But if we have guessed correctly, we don't, say something like this. So let's see. So in the real game, if we guess correctly, what happens? Okay. Let's enter game that is 0 and okay, so it is not working. Let's clear it first of all. Let's try running it. So this is how it starts. Nice. Let's enter index that is 1 and 0. So 0 is 2 and then 1. It says no match, try again. So let's see if our game looks exactly like this, because now it's not about whether it works or not. It's about does it look like it or not. So yeah, we got this retracted list. If we enter 0 and 1, it says no match, try again, value at this is this, value at this is this. Is it similar? Where it looks quite similar. It says no match, try again, isn't it? So if I press enter again, it gives me, it clears the terminal and gives me another chance. If I press enter over here as well, yeah, it gives me another chance with clearing the terminal. So if I press 0 and 2, well, I got it right. So what happened was it said it is a match and it just continued. After, it didn't say congratulations or something like that. It just said match and it showed that number in the retracted list, and that worked. So how about we go about doing this over here as well? Okay, but instead of saying congratulations wherever we are saying that, let's see. Instead of saying congratulations, we should just say, not over here. Yeah, you guessed correctly. Instead of saying this, we should say match. And after saying match and doing the retracted list and all these things, we should say clear terminal. This should be it. Now if I stop and start running it again, enter the number 0 and 1. So it says value at index is 0, value at index 1 is 1. All right, let's press enter. Let's enter 0 and 2. So 0 is 0, 2 is 2. Let's enter 1 and 2. Okay. So 0 and 3. Yeah. So it worked as it should have been working. It says match and then it clears the terminal. We get another chance. We say 1 and 4 and it also worked. We can say 2 and 5 and it also worked. Congratulations, I won. Now this is actually working. Can you check for the correctness? Can we check for the correctness? Let's see. Okay. So what is the issue? All right. So expected is enter an index, and what we say is enter a number. So let's change this to index. Enter a n, not a. I is a vowel. Enter an index over here as well. Enter an index. Now if we check for the correctness, is there any other stuff that we don't see? Let's check for the correctness. Yeah, so it worked. Finally, after hour or two, I don't know how much time I took, but it took a lot of time for me to do this. And now it works perfectly. So just as a final revision, just to go over what we did, let's also remove this because we don't need this now. So line by line, we have a random library that we have imported. We have a number of pairs. That is like how many elements are going to be in pair in the list. So if 3, then there are going to be 6 elements. All right. Then we somehow create a function that gets a valid input that takes a user input, one user input at a time. So it creates enter index, and if it's not a digit, it checks, for user input dot isDigit. So isDigit is something that we have searched on Google, and we found isDigit is something that we can use to verify whether our input is a digit or not. If it is not a digit, which we say if not, user input dot digit isDigit, we can say it's not a digit, so enter an index, isn't it? Now, else we can say user input is like whatever the user input is, but convert it into integer. Otherwise, user input is always a string. So if user input is not a digit, we say it's not a digit, and we let them enter another digit, give them another try so that they can enter another digit. And if they don't, well, this condition repeats until they do. And if they do give us a user input that's a digit, we convert it into one integer so that we can operate on it. And after converting into integer, we use a if statement that checks whether the input user is inside the range or not. How did we arrive to this formula? Well, it is not a formula. I would say it is just a generalized form. So we wanted the max range or maximum index that we can traverse through in a list. So to get that, we first of all counted how many elements are there. So elements is number of pairs that is already defined times 2. So if there are 3 pairs, which means there are 6 elements. Absolutely, there are 6 elements, you can see. And if there are 6 elements, so index starts from 0 and it goes till 5, then you will get 6 elements. So let's count it side by side. So 0 will store 1 element, 1 will store second element, and so on. 3 will have 4, and 4 will have 5. 5 index 5 will have 6 elements. All right. So that's what we did. We first of all counted all the number of elements and we subtracted 1 out of it just to get a maximum index that we can traverse through in a list. And if a user input is greater than what we can traverse in the list as an index, then we say invalid index, try again. And we, take the get valid input again. So can you notice something? User input is equals to get valid input, and it is a function, and we are using recursion over here. We could have used something like this as well, but we are using recursion. Just to mess around with our program. Since I tried this way and it worked, I also tried this way and it also worked. And if everything is correct, like we have converted into integer and this condition is also checked and it's correct, then we break out of this loop where we are getting the user input and we just return the user input to wherever we want to store it. So over here, we are calling this get valid input and it returns a valid input and we store it in input 1. And again, we get a valid input 2 and we store it into input 2. And then we have third condition to check, that is whether you have entered the same index twice. And if you have, well, get ready to get another input again. That will be only for input 2 because input 1 is locked. If you have 2 similar numbers, you can change either one of them and you will have 2 different numbers. So we are changing the second input. All right. Else, if everything is true and this is not the condition, then just break out of this loop because we are using while true loop and that goes on and on and on. We would have just used, if input 1 is equals to input 2, well, try getting an input 2 that gets a valid input and is not in the same index twice. But I thought, what if there are other conditions as well that we wanted? So that's why I made it as if else. We would have just written it like this as well. While and the condition. This would work with bit of a indentation correctness like this. This would work the same. Let's check for the correctness as well. All right. Now, so you get an idea around how we get a valid input. Now, let's get back to the game logic. So game logic says, well, you will have a truth or a valid list, and then you will have a retracted list. The valid list is something that your, game logic can see so that it can compare whether they are saying whether it's a match or not. And retracted list is something that we give the users for the game experience so that we can, hide out those elements that they have not guessed yet so that they can get a chance to guess it. All right. Both these lists are of the same length and because they are created at the same time. All right. The truth one is taking the digits, which is like 0, 1, 2, and all these numbers that is given by I. And we wanted a pair of it. So that's why we have appended it 2 times simultaneously. So if I is 0, it appends to the truth list 2 times. So the list becomes 0, 0. And when I becomes 1, it appends, which means adds at the back. So let's just enter it and then I'll erase it. So let's say for I in range of 0 to num pairs works. And num pair is like 3 for this case. So it will go for, 0, 1, and 2. So we'll have elements. Now, how will that look like? So we append I 2 times. That means we want pair. So as soon as I becomes at line 27, I becomes 0. At line 28, we try to append it. So it becomes 0 in the list. Append means we are adding at the end of the list. So it is an empty list. So there's no end, there's no start. So it is just starting at this point. And this line is still going on. So we can, on line 29, we are still appending the 0. So we append it like this. And this loop is still going on. So we have to now append these stars, that is, character stars, like this 2 times. So this worked for the first loop, isn't it? It will go from 0 to 2 as in range. So now we are, at 1. So we'll probably enter 1 for line 28 and then 1 again for line 29. And then we'll have to append these stars as well for line 31 and 32. We have to append 2 stars. So something like this. And then final loop, final lapse of this loop, it's going to be 2, isn't it? We know how for loop works. So it becomes 2 on line 28, we append it. For line 29 also, we append 2. And for line 31, 32, we append 2 star characters or asterisk. And we do that. And so now there's a list in front of you of what's happening behind the back. So this is what's happening with the loop. All right. Now, if you start counting, they both have similar number of elements, isn't it? 6 elements over here as well. Let's erase it. And 6 element over here as well. What the element is differs. Like for retracted list, it's stars, and for truth, it is numbers that we are going to use. So just to verify whether we got the list that is truly what we expected, I printed it to test around whether you got it right or not. Let's erase it because we don't need it now. So after that, we need to shuffle it. So there is a shuffle function that is inside random library. So we use random.shuffle and we directly shuffle the whole list. So we pass on the list truth and it shuffles the list and returns the list back to the truth. That happens automatically. So it's like we just give it a list and it shuffles. That's what we want to know. So just to verify whether it shuffled or not, I just printed it again. So let's erase it as well. So now we've got a shuffled list, isn't it? So that we cannot guess whether, our 1 is at index exactly 3 and 4. We just have to shuffle so that it gets at the random indexes so that we have to guess because it is a guessing game. No. Yeah. Now we start writing a game logic. So game logic is, it goes on forever until there is no asterisk left in our retracted list, which means we have unveiled or revealed all the numbers like this. So why the retracted list, does not have any asterisk? Because as soon as we, get an input that is a match, which means we've got it right as in guess, we change the retracted list from asterisk to whatever the value was in that list. So that's what happening, right? So finally, when everything is not retracted at all, we say, congratulations, you won, and we break out of this loop. So which means we have won. That's it. Now, instead of printing it on line 44, we could have printed it on line 69 outside of this loop, and this would have worked the same. Doesn't matter. Okay, so you get what this is. Now we print retracted list again and again till this game is going on. Every time we are printing this retracted list. All right. Now input logic. So if we are getting the input 1, input 2, I explained how we are getting it through get valid, input. And we are checking if they have the same index or not. If they have same index, if we have entered the same index twice, we cannot compare. So we say something like, you have entered the same index twice, so please try inputting anything else. And there was an if else condition. I showed you and I've erased it because this also works. And I've tried, check correct, and it worked. And final, the game logic. What it does, it just checks for, the index that we have entered for input 1 inside the truth. And it checks for the input 2. And it checks whether both of these numbers are true or not. And if it is true and it is a match, we say, well, go to the retracted list, go to the same index, that is whatever input 1 is, and change it to the truth index 1, truth of input 1. So that we take the value that is like a digit and we put it in the retracted list instead of what the asterisk was. So in place of asterisk, we actually give it a value since we have guessed it. And similarly, since it's in pair, we are doing it for another place also, since we have guessed it already. And after that, we just clear the terminal, just to make it more fun so that they can't see the earlier hints because we give hints. So if they have not been able to guess it correctly, we give them a hint that values at index, whatever you have inputted, is whatever the value is at that point. And similarly for the another pair, because we take it in pair, we give another input as well, another hint. And finally, we say it's a no match, so please try again, but better luck next time. And to proceed, we just say, press enter, and we wait for the input. We don't do anything with it. They can enter anything they want. They can press anything they want. It should be just an enter, and it will probably clear the terminal. And this whole game will continue till all the asterisk in the retracted list is finished, is replaced by digits altogether. And if it is replaced by digits, well, it means we have won and the game should end. That's what happens. The clear terminal, how it works, it is nothing but, blank spaces 20 times. So that's clear terminal for you. So I think I was able to create this memory game, and it was a memorable game, I would say, because this truly looks like a game. It just misses the GUI part or graphical user interface part, and the game logic is truly sound. We could have actually created a game out of it. And since we know graphics library, I'll try to recreate somehow if I can, but I'm not very much interested in game, creating games and all. But creating game was, well, interesting thing, I would say. So shall we play it for the final time? Let's do it. All right, let's do it. Okay, let's stop it and let's first of all clear the terminal. Let's make it full screen if we can, and let's run it. Okay, so enter index. Let's enter 0 and 1. So it says value at index 0 is true, value at index 1 is 0. All right, let's enter 2 and 3. All right, so now we see, whoa, we see 2 is 0, 3 is 1. So if we enter 4 and 5, they should be same. Oh no, it was not. My bad. I'm very bad at remembering things. So shall we cheat? No. Let's play it. Let's play it honestly. No, let's play it honestly. All right. So 0 and 5. Yeah, we got it. And I forget the rest of them. So 1 and 3 randomly. So 1 is 0, 3 is 1. Okay, what is 2? It cannot give us 2 right now, but okay. What is 2 and what is 1? Yeah, so at index 2 and 1 and 2, we've got the value 0. So we got it. And the remaining thing is 3 and 4. So congratulations, we have won, and there's no asterisk remaining in this. So yeah, we've won. Right. So that's it. That's week 6 for you. I'll see you later.